Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park as we get ready to have this afternoon's running of the Spec Miatas, also the downforce cars, the radical cars, and we'll have some historic cars out there as well as Time Attack. I'm Charles Head along with you this afternoon, and joining me is Pete Mancinillo. And Pete, good to be here today. Looking forward to a good day.
It's certainly my pleasure, Charles.
Well, we are excited. We got Spec Miatas on the track right now. We also already see Rachel Highland out there in the pace car. She's got those cars rolling around the racetrack. We'll be turning loose the complete grid here in just a moment. Matter of fact, you see them now as they head out onto the track. Let's check out our guys today that are running in this Spec Miata series. And we've got some interesting names up front, guys that race here often, and then we've got some newcomers into this deal as well. Brian Bourne is in the 800. He'll start on the pole. Jose Garcia, who we see regularly at this track, will be in the 00. Keith Williamson in the 64. Bill Kring in the 91. We see them on a regular basis. Tyler Klein is in the 73. Also, Oliver Piatek is in the 62. Matt Saylor in the 037. And Blake Fabiani is in the 85. Blake has had, man, it's been an interesting time. I talked with Blake today, and he said he has had troubles with that car. He said he was still putting the cam in there at about 3:30 this morning trying to get that car ready to go. He said he thought he's going to scrap the whole project on Wednesday of this week. New engine, new cam, found all kind of oil problems. They found metal shavings in it. He has really worked this car over to try to get it in the race today. He said he's hoping just to finish the race.
A real racer.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake Fabiani, we're going to keep an eye on him. I told him, I said, we're just praying for you to finish the race. He said, that's all I'm hoping for. He said, at least I'm not up front in all that mayhem when they get to turn number one.
You know, Olivier's that's his first race on the big track.
Yeah, I know. He's been at the kart track for years. I didn't know this was his first time here.
First time.
Man, I'm excited to see him in this race because he has been turning it on at the kart track
really, huh?
over the past couple of years. So we're excited to see what he can do when he gets on the big track today. Guys are working their way around. Pete, you've had a little bit of experience on this racetrack. Tell us what it's like when they come to the green flag.
It's just your adrenaline's pumping. Your heart rate's probably going about 170, 180 at that point, almost faster than the car. I mean, it's just the excitement of coming into that turn one is really good.
Well, you know, you've got that adrenaline, you've got that excitement, you've got the foot on the gas coming down this long front straightaway. You're trying to build as much speed as possible, but then all of a sudden you got to turn greater than 90 degrees. What's it like to try to get woed down that much on a car with where the brakes may not even be warm yet?
Yeah, that's an issue at any track, especially in the Spec Miata fields. You know, they're so tight, and usually they're right all together.
Field working their way off turn 17 right now. Here they come toward the start-finish line. Green flag is set to go. Let's see if we get a green flag start and get a good start on this one as they come down. They're slowly creeping down toward the start-finish line. Green flag is in the air. Here they go. It's, of course, that 00 down on the inside, and that is Jose Garcia as they head to turn number one.
They all made it through clean.
Yeah, Garcia clears the field as he works his way off turn number one, heading up toward the top of the hill there. A little bit of a rise into turns 2 and 3. Then they'll go around the water tank. That's turn number 4. That's the carousel here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They work their way around the carousel. It's going to be Garcia who leads them coming down the long hill. Now, Pete, this is another one of those long hills where you build a lot of speed, but then you got to get down here to this hairpin turn in turn number 6. Explain a little bit about that turn.
You got to woe it down a bit, but you can still carry an awful lot of speed through there, as you can see these guys going. That's the beauty of the Spec Miata. You really don't want to lift off the gas.
Now, Keith Williamson is in second spot right now. We see Williamson and Kring and some of these names that we see every week here, or every race at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They're the guys up front right now. They start to head to some of those back areas. We got several drone shots for you today. Jeff Farver is on the, if I can get this right, Glorfindel number 2. Jeff, what are you doing in here, man? I thought you were on the thing out there. turn around, and here's Jeff standing here instead of on the drone. But anyway, we got great drone shots for you today. Also, Daryl Cannon has got his drone in the air. We're going to have 3 drones for you today, so it's going to be great to see all those shots from the drones as they work their way around. We're working lap number 1 right now. This is a timed race. They'll be out for 20 minutes, and we're 2 minutes into this program. Garcia works his way by. Williamson in second spot. In third, it's Tyler Klein in the 73. That's the way they go right now, and this group is still very tight together after 1 lap. Working through the carousel once again, Williamson keeps the pressure on Garcia. Garcia's out front in that 00. I quipped with Jose earlier. Seems like he lives at this place, whether it's in carts or whether it's in cars. You see Garcia here almost every time the doors are open at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Big lockup from the 73.
Well, Klein has had a little bit of an issue there. As you say, that 73 car locks it up, and that's an important spot. You get down to turn 6, and if somebody locks it up, somebody else can turn to the inside and take that spot away. That's always a difficult thing for these drivers to have to negotiate through. They're heading down now to turn number 10. We see them as they take the expanse down to turn 10. They work their way up toward turn number 11. By the way, also, Will Rigdon is our executive producer. Ethan Denny is our producer today. Our director is Michaela Denny. Trevor Mesher is on one of our cameras. Also, Branton McMahon is on a camera. And we've got Katie on Cook on a camera as well. So we've got a lot of cameras represented throughout this racetrack today. And, of course, our drone operators are going to get shots over on the back. There's Garcia coming by. Williamson in second spot. There was that battle that you saw with Klein. He's got and Fabiani, who had such trouble with his engine, has worked his way up to 4th right now. He said he was concerned there was going to be any power in that car whatsoever, but he's already passed 4 cars on the racetrack.
It looks like plenty of power to me.
Yeah, he's doing really well. And, man, when I walked by him earlier this morning, I could see dejection in his face. And I said, Blake, man, what's going on? And he told me the story of how that car had just been difficult, the engine, all week long, and it's good to see him out there. Now he's battling with Klein, coming down toward turn number 6. Remember, this is where Klein locked up the brakes last time. He does it again. Fabiani down to the inside. Is he going to make the pass? Yes. He'll get up to 3rd. What a great move for Blake Fabiani. And, man, you just got to feel for him. With the problems he's had this week, so excited to see him gain another spot on the racetrack.
That's the grit and determination of being a racer, to go through those trials and tribulations and to come back and perform.
Well, it makes you stronger, it makes you better, and everything is an experience building. Hoosier Tire Company, Hoosier has a saying that they put out, if you didn't win, you learned. And I think that's important for everybody to know. If you don't win, it doesn't mean you lost, it means you learned.
Absolutely.
So they're working on the back section of the racetrack right now. They're over in turns 13 and 14. They'll be making their way down. Pete, we had a car here last year that wound up in the trees off turn 14. He actually got off the course, got in the trees. They had to take tow trucks and lift him out of the trees.
Oh, my God.
Pretty interesting ride for that driver.
Oh, yeah.
So right now we still got our top 2. They have broken away. I don't know what happened to Fabiani.
Oh, no.
Klein is there. Fabiani has disappeared from this lead group. That does not sound good for Blake just after we were talking about learning. Well, here he comes. He must have gotten off course. He's still up to full speed right now, but a little something happened to him. At least it's not engine related. That's a good thing.
No smoke, no flames. It's looking good.
He's just got to make up some ground on the racetrack right now. As fast as that car's running, he might can catch the field at some point. We'll see if he's able to do that or not. Williamson down in turn 6 is keeping the pressure on Jose Garcia. They work off turn number 6. Garcia still about a 4 Miata length lead over Keith Williamson. Pete, you talked about running the Spec Miatas. You ran those for a number of years. And you said that you got specifications, then you got a few little tweaks and things you can do to them. So what are the things drivers can do to these cars based on just what's a pure stock car?
Never lift your foot. Never lift your foot off the gas.
No. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what can you tinker with under the hood to make these things do a little better?
Technically nothing. You're not supposed to, but races will race. It's just part of the breed. Always looking for the unfair advantage. I think Mark Donahue and Penske coined that, and we'd always look for one.
Yeah, and also they talk about the gray area in the rule book. There's always a gray area that's probably red's out on the track. We've got red on the track, so the drivers are going to be stopping. We've got turn number 6. I'm not sure if that is an issue with that car. That is the 800 of Brian Bourne, and I'm not sure what's going on with him, but we do have cars stopped all the way around the racetrack right now. We'll find out what's going on. And we hope Fabiani is going to be able to come up here. I don't think the red's out for him, but we may find out in a moment. Yeah, there's somebody sitting down. Oh, that's the 73 of Klein. That's who the problem is for. So we see Klein's car off to the side there. Looks like that's going up into maybe turn 11, somewhere along in there that we see that from one of our camera shots. So they'll have to get out there and get his car towed off the racetrack. Safety crews are on the track right now. You see them making their way from the carousel area as they work around the racetrack. They've got the cleanup crew as well as the rollback and, of course, the safety crew to check on him as well. I was concerned that the 800, that's the Brian Bourne car, that was the car that was in question as far as the red flag coming out. That's the first one I saw when the red flag came out. However, I think he just was understood that the red was on the track and pulled over and stopped there and cleared the way for the safety crews. 73 car of Klein, that is Tyler Klein. We have seen him lock the brakes up on about 3 successive laps in turn number 6. Not sure if he has a brake bias problem, if that's why they locked up so much, if maybe that's his problem now or something else is going on.
Once a flat spot, you tend to do it over and over again. The tire seems to find it.
So drivers get into a pattern. You get into a pattern. You learn every lap that you go. Talk to us a little bit about what it's like behind the wheel when you head down to a turn like turn 6. You're carrying a lot of speed coming down that hill, and then not only do you have to slow down and try to narrowly take that turn because you're trying to prevent somebody else from getting by you. That's a great passing zone if you're setting it up right. So from an offensive point of view, from the driver that's, say you're the lead car and you've got somebody right on you in second spot, what do you do to try to keep that guy from getting by you?
What I used to do, I had a switch that would turn on my brake lights early. I could flick it on the dashboard, and they'd think I was hitting the brakes, and I really wasn't. I'd go deep, but that was my little cheat at the time.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
It was like just to shock them a little bit, or I'd left foot brake and flick the brake. You always want to test it before you have a turn like that. But the thing about being in these Miatas is they're definitely a momentum car. And you don't want to use the brakes if you don't have to. Obviously, in that turn, you do.
So do you back off early and let the engine slow it? How do you do that when you're going into a major turn?
I would always, in this, if you have in the heat of the battle like we just saw for the lead, or was that Klein was driving?
Klein was locking up, yeah.
Was locking up on him. He had no choice but to do what he was doing there. And to drive defensively on a corner like that, I would sacrifice it for the corner exit. The corner, let him go by me for a second, and while he's trying to gather himself up, power out.
Okay, now let's take that from a different perspective. Say you're the car in second place, and you're driving offensively. You're trying to get by the guy. Do you go out wide as you go into the turn and try to undercut him? What do you look for whenever you're the second place car or following someone you're trying to pass?
If I'm not going to hit him, then I would definitely do the undercut. Try to go out and where a lot of, especially the Spec Miata, you have a wide, varied group of experience. You have people who've been racing all their lives, and you have a lot of newbies coming out, and they get excited. They really don't understand that the idea of this is how long can I be on the accelerator and make the straightaway as long as possible. So they try to go through the corner with way too much speed. They're scrubbing it off, and in a car that is low powered as these Miatas are, even though they do fantastic lap times, I would find that I would go faster with a higher gear. So where I would normally use a third gear corner to keep up the momentum, I'd try fourth gear in that corner, and just to keep the car going, as opposed to trying to overslow it. Because once you slow it down, you have to rebuild that energy, and get the car to accelerate again.
Yeah. Now, you talk about newbies as well as experienced drivers in these cars. If you're an experienced driver and you've got someone who's just learning, do you want them to be in front of you or behind you? What's the best place? Are you concerned
Behind
whether
me.
they are? Okay.
Behind me, no doubt about it. You know, and those guys.
You don't worry about them running in too hot and heavy and taking you out?
Nah, not at all.
Okay.
Usually you could leave them, but some of these young guys, you know, especially with iRacing and things like that, they're great. They've got a lot of track knowledge before they actually get on the track.
Yeah, it's amazing how that has translated into actual track experience. We've seen it back in the COVID days when NASCAR was doing the iRacing and they'd have their drivers doing it. And it's amazing how realistic that some of those tracks are, and you can actually learn where the bumps are and everything. They have really mapped those tracks out completely well.
Yeah, it's something to see. You know, the simulations that they're doing today, you know, on games like iRacing, not games, but gaming, would be in a manufacturer's facility just 10 years ago.
Yeah,
They're that advanced.
unbelievable, yeah. You know, used to they would have to drag these big simulators to racetracks, and people would get in and look at the screen and feel like they were in it. Nowadays, you can do that from your home computer. It's unreal what's available.
It really is. And the track, like you said, the mapping is incredible. And I think one of the things that a class like Spec Miata being affordable and having such tight regulations on it, make it a lot of fun and do make it a driver series. And it's a great learning, a place to learn. But even I had an awful lot of experience in racing prior to the end of my career, which ended in Spec Miatas, and I learned so much. I really did. You know, driving a slow car fast is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You know, and people don't get it. They're like, oh, don't you wish you were back in a Viper or something like that? It's like you can make a mistake in a 700-800 horsepower car and overcome that really easy. You make a mistake in one of these, you're done.
Yeah.
As you're seeing it here. One little brake lock.
And you say these are 200 horsepower? What are these?
Oh, they're probably running between 130 at the wheels and 160.
Oh, really? Okay.
On the class.
Well, they're slowly coming down. Rachel Highland has pulled the safety car off. They're slowly coming down now. And I believe we're running two different divisions. It seems like that Brian Bourne car is out front compared to everybody else. He's like in his own race. The rest of them don't have the spoilers and all that stuff on them like his car does. So here comes the green flag out for Jose Garcia, Keith Williamson. We got a three-wide battle going down into turn one. Oh, my. How is that going to work out? Well, somehow they all work it out and make it through there. Bill Kring up in third spot right now as those drivers make their way by. Once again, Fabiani, now this was his chance to catch up with the field. He needed that red flag.
Absolutely.
So he's already starting to pass people. He is in that black and blue car. It has the blue front end on it, and so he's made his way past one car already. So Blake Fabiani working his way now as they head down to turn 6. Now, we don't have Klein in here anymore. Let's see if anybody else locks up the brakes going into 6. So far, everybody rolls through pretty cleanly, pretty easily as they do that. Fabiani has got the pressure on Matt Saylor right now in the 37 car. Saylor's a driver that I'm not familiar with too often at this track. Most of the others I've seen their names show up on a routine basis, but not Saylor. So he may be new to this track, or at least new to me. Got one off track down there. That is Bill Kring, possibly. Yeah, yep. Kring in the 91 went a little bit off track.
Fabiani looks like he's on the attack.
Yeah, the 62 of Piatek, we talked about him. This is his first race on the main track. We've watched him for, I say eons, for the last couple of years anyway, over at the kart track, and he does a great job there. And here you see some side-by-side action once again. It's Fabiani taking another spot away, looks like. Now he's up to third. Is that Fabiani?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah. Man, I tell you what, I'm excited for Blake. He was just really downhearted today, and I'm excited that he's got something going right now.
Here we go. Looks like a two-car breakaway up front.
Oh, no, Blake's back in the pack again. He had something that messed up somewhere along the way.
But he really comes off the corner hard.
We've got those two cars up front that have broken away from the rest of the field. We've got Garcia and Williamson there that are heading into the carousel right now, and so it's kind of a tale of two races. You've got them up front battling for the top spot. Then you got the other three guys that are back there. And once again, Fabiani trying to make a move down to the inside. He will take that spot away. Fabiani's going to get past Piatek as they head into turn number 6. Now Piatek's on the attack. Let's see what he does with Fabiani. Oh, they're staying pretty true to form as they come alongside there. But we talked about Oliver. That's sort of been his colors, that olive green, if you will, and the black. So that's his colors on the go-kart track and also here in that 62 car. So we are 10 minutes in. We're right at the halfway point right now. 10 minutes to go in this race for our drivers. Yeah, just right at 10 on either side. Got a good battle going on, man. It looks like Garcia has been passed.
Ooh.
Wow. Jose has gotten passed over on the back side of the track. So we'll be seeing Keith Williamson with his first lead of the afternoon, assuming Williamson makes it through 15 and 16. It's going to be Williamson into our sights here in the towers. They come off 17. Williamson going to be your new race leader. How about that?
Oh, this should be good.
Now, Jose has, as we said, tons of experience at this track. He's going to lead them down into turn one. Williamson is there. Garcia looks on the outside. Jose, now it's just horsepower. Who's got the best drag car as they head up the hill? You got some experience in drag racing. What's it like when you get side by side with somebody? You just try to put the accelerator through the floorboard?
I actually did that once. I'm not kidding you. I thought I blew the motor and was driving a Viper on at Atlanta Dragway for one of the Nobi events, and the car nosed over, and I'm like, I finally killed it.
Wow.
I literally pulled the grommet through the firewall.
Check this out. Fabiani has moved past two cars on that last corner, and he's up now to third once again.
Garcia's back up.
Yeah, Garcia has taken that spot away. He got it over in turn 3 as he drove by Williamson. So as our race starts to get just past the halfway point, we see a little bit of changing in the action right now. I would say Fabiani's passed more cars than anybody on the racetrack today.
Yeah, but he's done it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it seems like he has to go to the back, and we've not seen exactly what's happened to him, but he comes by our vantage point in the rear of the field, then has to work his way back up. So let's see if he can hold fourth at that point right now. He's third. Now, we're kind of discounting the 800 of Brian Bourne because he is in a different class. Here he comes by right now, and he, of course, is listed as the leader, but he's in a different kind of car. He's got all the bells and whistles on his. He's not really a spec Miata. He's just a Miata with some extra stuff added to it.
Ah.
Wow, we just found out. That is cool. Brian Bourne is an electric. Yeah, he's an EV. I see that on the screen right now. Electric vehicle. To the guys that were doing the DeLorean over here, they're the ones that electrified that. I don't know. That was kind of neat. I went over there one day, and they do electric changeovers to any car that's a gas-powered car. They'll do a full electric powertrain, all the batteries and everything. They were doing a DeLorean, getting ready to take it to the SEMA show last year. So I went over in the garage area and looked at that. That was just kind of cool. First time I'd ever placed my hands on a real DeLorean. All right, here's your battle right now. There's Garcia and Williamson. They are still very, very tight. Williamson got that lead away from Jose several laps back. Not sure exactly if he's going to be able to do it again or not. We have a little over 6 minutes left in this timed race, so we'll find out. Maybe that's 3-4 more laps that we'll get in to see how this thing's going to play out at the end.
Fabiani's just moving. I mean, he's coming up.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do. There you see the two leaders as they work through those little S's over on the back down toward turn 14. This is where I was telling you that one of the cars wound up in the trees last year. That was kind of an unusual incident. We also had one hit, one of the downforce cars hit a deer last year. And the driver that was behind him had a GoPro, and he thought it was the hood that was coming off the car in front of him. Turned out it was the deer.
Flying through the air?
Yeah,
oh,
so
my God.
Anyway, it was... downforce car 1, deer 0 that day.
Oh, here we go.
Man, Williamson still got it. Look at that. Williamson looks down to the inside. Keith trying to take the lead on Jose once again, but Jose is tough on that outside. He puts the throttle down, trying to put it through the floorboard like you did, Pete, as he heads up the hill in turn number 2, so it's going to be still Garcia in the lead right now.
If you notice, Garcia sacrifices his entry for his exit speed.
Now, is that normally what everybody does? They worry more about the exit than they do the entry?
Absolutely.
Okay, so so the exit is what determines where you go into the corner.
The exit is the winning strategy.
All right, let's see what he does down here in turn 6. Same situation. He is deciding to use as much of that track as possible, comes outside the rumble strips, but Williamson's right in his tire tracks. And there is our driver we've been keeping our eye on all day. That's so far, engine is held together, so we got to be tickled for him as Blake Fabiani.
And he has to be exhausted on top of everything else, from all that work. And I know those late-night thrashing sessions, they can get to you, but they can also energize you, too.
Yeah, he said he took a nap about 4:30 or so this morning, so he was operating on borrowed time at the moment.
Yeah, but that could be a great motivator.
Yeah, absolutely. That and illness. We hear drivers talking about, man, I felt really bad today. I woke up with the flu or a cold or something, and on those days, they found that they run better because they have to concentrate more. And when you concentrate, you seem to run better. Look at Williamson on the back of Fabiani right now. On the back of Garcia right now. They come down the line. We're going to be coming to a white flag here very soon. We're only 3 minutes out of the end of this race. Look at your battle going on. Garcia with Williamson right behind him. It's single file as they go up the hill. Williamson takes a quick look to the outside. Now he looks down to the inside, but Jose's got him covered for the moment. But this is coming down to be quite a finish for these two drivers.
It looks like he's watching the mirrors right now.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Okay, so you need to be concerned on what you're doing, not what the other guy's doing, right?
Let him run his race.
Well, Jose going to bring it into 6. Williamson looks to the inside, trying to outbreak him out of turn 6. Can't do it.
They're pretty evenly matched cars.
Yeah, Fabiani's trying to catch this group right now. I don't think he's going to have time to get up there and do battle with them, but at least it's good to see him running a good, strong third at the moment.
He needs to be proud of that drive.
Yeah, absolutely, and proud of his mechanical sense to get that car fixed after all the troubles he's had this week. Those darn little metal flakes, man, he found those twice. He had to replace different cams in there because of little bitty metal flakes this week.
Yeah, that's one of the Spec Miata cheats in the past were the cams. The cams were everything. Who got the good cams? And they would use the manufacturer tolerances to .003 or whatever it would be for the spec book, and the cam grinders would grind different cams right to it, or maybe a little bit less. This is shaping up to be quite the battle here for turn 1. No white flag yet.
Nope, it'll be a white flag probably next time by. We've got a little over 2 minutes to go. Williamson, Garcia messed up just a little bit. You saw the tail end of that Miata wiggle just a bit. Williamson now's got a run going, but he can't seem to get by Jose. He still leads it up around the carousel. But I tell you what, Jose can't mess up too much because Keith is right there ready to pounce on that lead if he can.
I think Garcia may be using up his rears.
Well, that's going to be interesting because we got a lap and a half or so left to go, and it'll be interesting to see if Jose can hang on to it. Williamson keeps creeping up along him. Still in those tire tracks as he comes off turn number 6. He'll head to the back side of the property right now, and we'll keep an eye on them as they make their way there. Garcia pulls out 3 or 4 car length lead. And they head behind Flag Hill. Michaela, do we have another name for that hill rather than Flag Hill over there? What's the name of that hill? I was talking about where the flag is.
I thought it was Spectator.
Spectator Hill. We do have Spectator Hill here, yeah, but I'm not sure what that flag is. Anyway, you see the guys making their way down toward turn number 10. They'll be hitting that big Eau Rouge section of the racetrack here in just a moment. And the Nuremberg Ring is what that was named after. So we're going to take that spot away, and we'll be bringing them down the front straightaway. There you see that sand pit as those drivers. Oh, my goodness. Look at Williamson. He's down to the inside. White flag is out this time. This will be the last lap.
Oh, door to door.
Oh, again, that drag race going on. Garcia likes the high side. He likes to keep Keith trapped down to the inside. That's worked for him in the past. Looks like it's going to work for him again. So when the white flag comes out, tell me a little bit about what you feel like. Pete, do you feel like it's time to turn the wick up and do a little more, or is there anything more you can do than what you've done?
No, it's time to turn it up, and wreckers or checkers.
Okay, so you got to do what it takes. So if that's the case, what's Williamson going to do when he goes into 6?
He's going to dive bomb him and hold him out. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Ooh.
Man, he tried it hard. Rear end wiggled a little bit on Williamson's car. Jose still only about 2 car lengths ahead right now. So let's follow them as we head down to turn number 7. And from there, we'll go through that big area as they head off. You see these sand pits here. We talked about that one coming off 17. That's it looks like such an innocuous turn in 17, but that's where the car unloads. That's where there's a lot of crashes there because that is a difficult turn to make, even though it may look very simple.
It is very difficult.
Yeah, you see a lot of crashes there, so that's why there's the sand pit there in 17 off of that big sweeping turn. But it's the fact that you're coming up the hill, the weight gets off of the suspension and off the tires, and, man, it's awfully easy for that car to spin out. So our drivers are making their way down into turn 10 right now. They'll head up the hill into turns 11 and 12. And in just a moment, we will come down for the finish. The double checkers are out. There they go. Garcia wins it by 2 car lengths over Keith Williamson. Is Fabiani going to hang on in third? Yes,
yep,
there he comes by, and the car stayed together. So proud of Blake in getting that thing. Piatek comes by right now. He will take 4th spot. Matt Saylor in the 37. We should see him coming by in just a moment. And there goes Saylor in the 37 car. And not sure if there's anybody else on the racetrack. I think that was all the cars on the track. So that's going to do it for the Spec Miatas. We'll have them back for their final coming up in just a little while. Meanwhile, we'll get the downforce cars out on the racetrack. They'll be coming out in just a moment. They're also called Radical cars. They're part of the Primal racing school here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they'll be coming out on the track right now. We've seen a number of these cars. The SR3s are the ones that we see predominantly out here on this race course. There are some SR10s. That's the latest model of these. We found out just a few minutes ago, talking to the guys down there in the Primal Racing School, recently Raiden Nickel, one of the young stars here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, took one of the SR10s down to Road Atlanta, and actually was achieving speeds of about 170 miles an hour down there on the back side of that racetrack. So interesting running for Raiden Nickel, a youngster who they trusted to take that car out on the racetrack and run, and actually was in the rain just after the rain had completed. So they said there were some nervous folks in the down on the paddock and in the pit area, but it turned out good. Raiden Nickel did a great job down there in an SR10, so we haven't seen those race here at this track yet.
Are they here today?
No SR10s. They've got some that are based here, but none that have been on this track so far to actually run in competition. We'll have SR3s out there for the most part today.
But that Spec Miata, I think, was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Are we doing an interview?
Yes, we are doing it.
Okay. We're ready to throw it down to him? Steve Newbold? Steve Newbold.
Yeah, I got it all written down there.
Steve Newbold.
Who's that?
That's the 50 report.
Oh, Steve. Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Throw it down to him? So let's go down to our winner, and let's go down to Steve Newbold, who's going to be talking with Jose Garcia.
I'm sorry, I messed up. They are.
Come on, guys.
Oh, they're not there yet. Oh.
Well, we're
And
going to sit here and wait for Jose to go through tech, and he should be done in just a second. So in the meantime, I'm going to go back to you for just a minute.
Oh, yeah, it might be good if Jose were actually there when you do the interview with him. Sorry about that. I did not know he hadn't made it there yet. So tech is underway. They're going to be checking those guys out. We'll be going to Steve in just a moment after Jose gets through there. Jose had a great run, a great battle today with Keith Williamson. What a good battle they put on, and kudos to Blake Fabiani. Man, what a show he put on in order to show his expertise as far as driving as well as far as engine building is concerned.
He passed more cars than anybody today.
Yeah, did a good job. Obviously, the oiling system worked fine. No little flakes of metal got in anything that caused a problem. He'd been having problems with that all week. Like he told me earlier today, he said on Wednesday he just decided to scrap the whole week. Not going to happen. Well, you know how racers are. You can't let that get to you.
Nope.
Say, I got to do something. So he went out and started working on the car again, and up until 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning, still working on that car. Just hoped it hung together, and not only did it hang together, he, as you said, passed more cars than anybody on the racetrack, wound up with a third-place finish. So very proud of him, and I know he's got to be walking a little taller, not maybe like you would if you won the race, but he's got to be happy with what he did today.
You know, some of my most memorable races were ones I didn't win. You know, believe it or not, it was like overcoming adversity or a bad call from the stewards or something. and starting from the back and just having a battle royale to get to where you were.
And, you know, some of those things they're so memorable because of overcoming adversity, not necessarily the fact that you led every lap. What's exciting about that? But overcoming some kind of adversity, even if you don't wind up with the big trophy, just knowing what you've done. Your self-confidence gets such a boost from those kind of things.
No doubt about it.
So here comes Jose Garcia. He is working his way over right now. We'll be getting a word for him in just a moment as he brings his Spec Miata. As we say, Jose, man, he seems to live at this track. He's here all the time trying to better himself, and today certainly a good run for him. He's on the way out of the winning Miata 00 car. We'll be down to Steve Newbold in just a minute as Jose climbs out of that race car. The door is open, so that means the interview is just about ready to start. Steve, take it away.
I'm here with Jose Garcia. Jose, once you get out of the car, tell me how you did that. That was pretty impressive. That was neck and neck the entire race.
It's always fun to race with Keith. He's a clean, hard racer. We've been racing for a while, so whenever we can be side to side, it's fun. I'm sure he's smiling on the other end, too.
Yeah, he seemed pretty happy. We got a quick word with him just a second ago. So how long have you been out at AMP?
Since it was dirt.
Since I remember those days. I don't know.
Rode a GTR on the dirt when they were building. It was, yeah, quite the vintage story.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to go back up to you.
Oh, by the way.
Am I back up? Jose, not a lot of people can say they drove on this track when it was a dirt track. I did not didn't know that was the case. Anyway, Jose Garcia putting on a show this afternoon as he and Keith Williamson actually put on the real show, and Jose winds up in victory lane. So, Pete, it was a great race as we saw our Miatas. We'll see them out again. Right now, we got downforce cars out there on the racetrack, and Raiden Nickel, the youngster we were talking about in that 93 car, that's the one with the green stripes on it. Raiden was the driver that took the SR10 down to Road Atlanta for a recent race there, and he is back in his number 93. We saw Raiden, you know, he gave up his career in go-karts. That was his last race. I think it was last year, maybe even year before last now, when Raiden started to devote his time fully to the big cars.
So he was a kart racer first.
Yeah, he raced karts and he raced Spec Miatas. He won a lot of races here in Spec Miata as well. We used to joke about the fact that he was not as old as the cars were because those cars were back in the 90s, and he was not a 90 vintage person himself. Raiden, the youngster, he was 15. I guess he's 16, maybe even 17 now. But when we started talking with Raiden, I think he was 14 or 15 back in the day. So Chris Hune is in the 53. Raiden Nickel is in the 93. Mike Pasco is in the 121. Andrew Nagy is in the 78. Aaron Smith in the 83. William Layton in the number 3. Greg Folger is in the 29. David Mason in the 28. And Pete Folger, Greg's dad, is in the number 77. So you'll see the two of them out there. They used to switch rides up in those cars. Now they both have separate cars, so that's been something interesting for the Folger family to both have separate cars. I remember I asked them a couple of years ago, I said, how do you pronounce your last name? I didn't know if they pronounced it Folger, and they said, nope, just like the coffee. So I knew exactly what it was, Folger. Greg and also his son, the dad, Pete, and Greg, the son. Let's get ready to watch them. It's downforce cars, radical cars they're called. These are built for racing. Obviously, they have a special body on them that's very aerodynamic, hence the term downforce. So, Pete, explain a little bit about what downforce means to you on a track like this. What does it do as far as speed is concerned?
It's a whole different ball game. You know, when you're driving a non-downforce car, like Spec Miatas are basically street car bodies. When you get to these are purpose-built race cars. If you don't drive them fast enough, they're very hard to drive. You need to get into the downforce to make them work.
I see.
You know, so driving them slow doesn't do anything for you.
So you need to sit down a little bit. In other words, you need to get plenty of air going through there for the spoiler to work properly and all of that. Well, they're up. Green flag is out. They're down into turn number 1 right now, and automatically we can see the difference in speed in these cars. Little side-by-side action going on in the back. Raiden Nickel has pulled out to the early lead. Not surprising that Nickel in that 93 car would take the early lead in this race. So Radin up around the turn 4 carousel as he brings it down the hill. A big line of these. We started out with these cars, everything was white. The only difference was in the numerals on the cars. Now we're starting to see a few more body styles show up as far as colors, so we're able to keep a little better eye on who's doing what in these race cars. Yep. 53 car Chris Hune, he's back to second spot. Hune was the driver that was in second whenever we had the deer hitting. He was the one that had the GoPro, and you saw the deer go over the car. So Chris furnished us with some footage of that back. That
must have been terrifying when he found out it was a deer, though. Wow.
Yeah, that was not the ASPCA would not have been pleased with that day's running here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Anyway, they go around turn number 14. There's our drivers already down there. You'll see these lap times much quicker. They'll run more laps in their 20-minute segment than the Miatas did.
Yeah, you mentioned downforce. Watching the Indy practice or test day a couple of days ago, they had Ryan Hunter-Reay, who was, won the Indy 500 in a championship. And he was complaining about during the rookie orientation or the reorientation that they had to do laps at 2:05 and then 2:15. And he said it was the scariest thing you've ever done.
Really?
Because it's scarier than 220. He's like, it's horrible because the cars weren't designed to go that slow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'll have to tell you this story. I was doing the IndyCar race in Atlanta, and before the race, we had Al Unser Sr., Al Unser Jr., and Johnny Rutherford do a match race in the little roadsters on the Thunder Ring, the little quarter mile in front. So Junior won the race, Senior finished second, and Rutherford finished third. So as always, I went to the third place finisher, and I said, Johnny, tell us about this day. Man, a fantastic day in front of this great crowd here. I said, tell us about your race. And Johnny Rutherford, even though he'd retired, ever the competitor he was, said, them damn Unsers, they jumped the start just like they always did. Still that competitor. He didn't care that he finished third in front of a bunch. He wanted to win that race, and the Unsers jumped the start, according to him.
Wow, those Indy cars at Atlanta were fun, weren't they?
Yeah, we lost a wheel. Remember, that was before the tethered wheel. We lost a wheel over in turn 2, and somebody stole it. And so they had to advertise in the Atlanta Journal for several weeks for somebody to return the wheel because they wanted to find out what went wrong. They said, no questions asked. Just please bring the wheel back so we can figure out what happened.
That's hysterical.
Oh, great race. I got to meet my legend, A.J. Foyt, my hero. I always had a penchant for A.J. Foyt. His driver, Kenny Brack, won the race, and I was able to meet A.J. and interview him in Victory Lane. That was a cool day for me. Wow. Anyway, our leader is up in the top of turn number 4 right now. Radin Nickel, actually, he's in turn 7 right now, coming off turn number 6. Radin Nickel is in the 93. I got excited about talking about A.J. Foyt and lost my track. Here we got a side-by-side battle. Check this out. In turn number 6, we got a driver who has made his way. The 29 car of Greg Folger has gotten by Andrew Nagy in the 78, so give Folger another spot right there. Actually, I believe he passed Pasco in the 121, so that'll move Folger up to third spot. What a great place. That's where we had talked about earlier about a driver outbraking another and getting underneath him. Folger was able to set that up by going a little wider before he got into turn number 6 and able to shoot that gap in order to take the spot away.
Yeah, the thing about a road course, it's really a math problem. Let's let these guys go by.
Math problem or a geometry problem?
I say a geometry
okay.
problem. Or really a physics problem.
Yeah.
It's not who goes through the corner the fastest. It's who can be full on the gas the earliest.
Right.
And stay on the track.
Again, as you mentioned earlier, it's all about corner exit. Who can get off the corner quicker, not necessarily. That's how you set yourself up, is the corner exit is sort of king at that point.
It really is. And it's something that people ignore in the excitement of the moment, but it's what you need to do.
Well, Chris Hune has stayed right on the back of Radin Nickel this entire time. He's staying right there in the sights. There you see him going down through turn 7 into 8. They go through that little section of S's as they head toward the big turn 10, wide sweeping turn. Get ready to go back up the hill once again. Nickel has a little bit of space there, a couple of car lengths. Now they'll make the big sweeping turn off of turn number 12. and head down to that lowest point on the racetrack. That is the lowest spot. They'll have to work their way back up the hill from that camera shot you see right there. Great drone coverage this afternoon from our drone pilots as they work up. Now they're coming back to 17. We talked about this being a critical spot on the racetrack where the car unloads. Then they come by our vantage point here at the tower. So it's Raiden Nickel leading and Chris Hune in second spot. They've pulled away from the rest of the field by quite a distance right now.
Yeah, I think Hune just might have hit the fast lap of the day.
Wow, well, Chris is going to need it if he's going to get past Raiden Nickel. As they say in racing, it's one thing to catch him and another thing to pass him. But Raiden Nickel is always on point. He's got great equipment. Of course, all of these cars pretty much are identical. They are made for racing, so there's not a lot that can be done to them. Very interesting race cars. Hune right up on the back. You know, you see that fast lap playing out right there as Hune looked like he was able to make a little bit of inroads, but rear end wiggled just a little and he lost some momentum.
You know, mate.
Now, let's talk about Greg Folger. He's in the 29 car. He comes by our vantage point right now as we watch our leaders go down into that section. But Folger, oh, we got one spinning.
Spin.
Coming off turn number 6, we got a spin there. That's Mike Pasco in the 121. He spins coming off 6. Looks like he's going to be able to get back in the gas and get back rolling once again. It does not create a caution of any kind, so we're good to go. But he just kind of overdrove it going into 6. When do you know that you've overdriven? When do you feel those wheels start to slide out from under you? What do you do about it?
The weirdest part of it is before I had my first real big wreck, what I thought was going to be a wreck wasn't, and the other way around. You know, at that level when you're overdriving or who knows what happened on that particular one. I really wasn't watching them, but the idea is to get right back on the track with minimal interruption. You know, you want to continue with the flow. You know, you're already done it. You messed up. Keep going. Get back on there. Watch the corner marshal if he's allowing you back on the track. Operate like nothing ever happened.
What's the first thing you feel in the car when it starts to? Do you feel something in the steering, or do you feel the rear end slide out? You feel it from the seat of your pants? Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Well, Folger's able to hang on to third spot right now, and Pete, his dad, has moved up to fourth after that spin coming off turn number 6. So there goes our top drivers. There's Greg Folger going by in the 29. There you see the leaders. They're already down into turn 14 right now. It's still Raiden Nickel, who's your leader, Chris Hune. Hune had a little bit of a run going earlier. We're nearing the halfway point of this race. In road course racing, we don't talk much about fuel, about running out of fuel or fuel stops or anything like that. Do you notice much about fuel burning off in these cars? Is that the little bit of weight on the little bit of fuel that you burn, does that become a problem toward the end of the race?
Depending on the weight distribution in the car, it can, but you can certainly feel the lightness. If you ran off with a full load and you're getting to the halfway point, it's you know 7-8 pounds a gallon.
Yeah.
Like that, and every pound counts when you're dealing with racing as tight as
So
this.
could that possibly be a reason for maybe a spin like we had in turn 6? You think that would be?
I think it's more tire degradation. That we're looking at.
So how often, we know on dirt tracks and on, of course, NASCAR tracks, we see them change tires up to 8 times per race. So how's tire wear here? How many races do you get on a set of tires in something like this?
I think it's more in this particular instance, it's heat cycles. How many heat cycles you're going through. You know, with short races like this, you might be able to get away, but in a big field, let's say back to Spec Miatas, if you're not on new skins, you're toast.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Spec Miatas run a different tire than they run on these cars. These are more racing tires. What do they run on Spec Miatas?
Spec Miatas, I believe it's either a Hoosier or a Toyo. They usually have a Spec tire.
But it is a racing tire, not a DOT tire.
It is a DOT tire.
Okay, it is
Yep.
DOT.
It's
Okay.
a racing DOT tire.
All right, we got a battle once again. It's Hune. He's looking to the high side of Raiden Nickel. Ooh. Just could not make it. Man, he looked so good going into that corner. I thought he might have a shot at getting the top spot away from Nickel, but he can't do it. Raiden leads him up the hill now at turn 4. We're just past the halfway point of this race, so we still got a great battle going on from those two. Man, they're coming down the hill there in turn number 5, getting ready to head to the carousel, or from the carousel to turn 6. Look how close they are.
The lap times are just that had been traded in lap within 1,000.
Notice that Radin's in the SR1. That was the early car, I guess you would say, of the downforce cars, and then the SR3 is the later version of that. So there's a little bit of difference in those. There's a little bit of difference in horsepower, a little bit of difference in the way they're constructed. So Nickel in one of the older cars out there, and of course Hune is in that SR3, one of the newer vehicles. Looks like there's a kind of a mixture of SR1s and SR3s throughout the field here today.
But Nichols and Hune look like the class of the field today.
According to our stats here, it looks like they can get up to about 150, almost 150 miles an hour in these cars if they're running full out. There you can see Hune once again shooting by. He's trying to get to the high side of Nickel. Great shot from down in turn number 1. And Nickel still holds that lead, gets off into the rumble strips there. Hune avoiding those rumble strips just a little bit, not using that full width of the racetrack. There's a good shot of the S's as they come through turns 2 and 3, as Nickel once again able to keep Hune at bay coming down the hill. Now this is where probably one of the best passing zones on the racetrack is here in turn number 6, because it's dependent on what that driver up front does. Nickel negotiates it perfectly, no spot whatsoever for Hune to try to take that away.
Not at all. I mean, his driving is so clean and tidy.
You see the shots over there of the kart track. A lot of action going on at the kart track today. We'll be at the kart track again next week for the running of the karts as we start the, I guess, the summer shootout series or the spring. I'm not sure exactly what they've labeled it, but we'll be there next week with the karts. Meanwhile, our drivers, the rest of the field is working their way up around the carousel now. This is how far away that Radin Nickel and Chris Hune have gotten from the rest of the field. Man, they have just separated themselves, and you see them down now in turn number 14. They're coming up through 16. They'll be coming off 17 here in a moment, and you see that line there that most of the drivers are taking coming off turn number 17. Another lap is in the books, and here comes Radin Nickel. Chris Hune this time right in his tire tracks, and he used the full racetrack this time. He got over in the rumble strips off turn number 1. Radin Nickel's another one of those drivers, sort of like Jose Garcia. He has put a lot of laps on this racetrack. He's been here an awful lot as a youngster growing up. You know, they moved here originally to the, I think, Houston or Brazelton area simply because there was more opportunity for road racing in this area of the country than anywhere else they could have lived. So they knew they had Atlanta Motorsports Park, Road Atlanta, Roebling Road. Just within 4 or 5 hours, they had access to a lot of different racetracks, and that's why they moved to this area of the country.
So did I, 29 years ago.
Oh, how about that? Yeah.
We had a chance. My wife got transferred to either California, Northern California, or here, and we chose here.
Well, you know, another driver who moved to this area, Joey Logano, back when they were 10 years old, they made a ruling in Connecticut that a driver, you couldn't race until you were 16. And so Tom and Deborah moved the whole family to the Alpharetta area so that Joey could start racing bandoleros at Atlanta Motor Speedway when he was 10 years old. I announced his first race when he was a little bitty rascal at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Really
and then he started racing for Joe Gibbs Racing. Joe Gibbs got him in their developmental program early. He started racing at Peach State Speedway at 12 years old and was winning late model races back in those days.
Wow.
So when I introduce him at a NASCAR race, I never say from Middleton, Connecticut. I always say from Alpharetta, Georgia, because by gosh, he's one of ours now. We claim him.
We claimed him.
Okay, we got our drivers up in the top of turn number 4 right now. Check this out. We got a battle going on. Hune trying to take that spot away. Look at this. First time Radin Nickel has been challenged in this race, and Chris Hune's going to try to take it. Can Radin get it back? No, man.
What a pass.
What a move by Chris Hune. Radin's going to try to battle him on the outside. There you check them out as they head down into turn number 8. Hune starting to build a lead. Look at this.
I was wondering if Hune might have been in his aero wash and, you know, following so closely might have been losing some downforce.
I'm not sure exactly what, but they got a slower car they're going to have to negotiate around here in a minute. But Hune's pulling away. You know, you mentioned earlier he had fast time, and I think he's had fast time on several of these laps. Obviously now Radin might have been holding him up a little bit. Hune is on the attack and moving around. They're going to catch that slower car probably when they come by on the front straightaway here. Yeah, Hune, you could just see his car accelerate off of 17, and the driver tells him to go on the high side, so he negotiates both of them right by him, so he will not be a factor in this race. But Radin trying to chase him down now as Chris Hune leads this. Congratulations to Chris. What a great pass he had coming off turn number 4. Now, this is the spot going around the carousel where he made the pass a moment ago. But Hune this time has 6 car lengths over Radin Nickel. Man.
That was an exciting pass.
You know, you and I both have dirt track experience and oval track experience and asphalt and dirt tracks. You see passing going on quite a lot there, but you don't see passing that often on this track. What's it feel like as a driver whenever you're on a road course and you finally get that opportunity to get by somebody?
Oh, it's so much. It's exhilarating. You know, the problem with road course, a lot of things, you end up following so closely to the driver in front of you. You may have a faster car, but you're driving his line and driving his tactics, his break points.
Yeah, I think it's Brad Keselowski says that the best way to get somebody, to get around somebody is go where they ain't.
Exactly. But a lot of times it's slowing down just a little bit, you know, so you can have your run where your braking point is and where your corner exit is.
Well, there they come up through the top part of the racetrack. They'll be coming by us in just a moment. Hune now starts to extend that lead once again. Man, Chris Hune is on a mission this afternoon. So excited for him. I don't remember him winning a race here. Maybe he has in the past. I just can't remember that for sure. But excited for him to possibly, potentially, what do you call it? Provisionally win the race. Yeah. How many times have I done that in the tower and said, man, we've gone caution-free, and everybody just gives me the stink eye because that's usually the omen that we're going to have a lot of cautions from that point on. Here they head down to turn 6 once again through that area, the hairpin turn in turn number 6, one of the signature turns here at Atlanta Motorsports Park as Chris Hune continues to build that lead over Radin Nickel.
And, well, Nickel it's got a little loose on the end of that.
Yeah, I think the handling's gone away a little bit on his race car, and I think Hune, as we've mentioned, he's had the fastest lap the last few laps. So for Hune, his car's come to him, as they say, and Nichols has kind of gone away from him. So let's run down the rest of your field. Greg Folger, he's running there in third. His dad, Pete, right behind him in the 77. William Layton in the number 3 runs in 5th spot. It's David Mason in the 28 running 4th. Mike Pasco in the 121. Nagy and Smith round out the field in the 78 and 83, and they have just gone by start-finish. Here comes your leader once again. Chris Hune goes by. We have about 2 minutes left in this race, so I think we'll be getting white flag out next time by for these drivers. So Hune leads Radin Nickel. That's off turn number 2 right now. Hune, the only driver in the shot. My goodness, he is that far away from Radin Nickel as he works up into the carousel in turn number 4.
He's the only driver in the 22s right now.
Isn't that something? He's got that kind of lap times going on. So let's see. It'll be probably 2 more times they'll go through this critical area in turn number 6.
But we might have some traffic coming. It looks like he pushed a little bit on the corner exit.
But he's still gaining ground on Radin, so he's still doing well right now. There you see him going down through turn number 7 into 8 and 9. They'll hit that area in turn number 10. And Hune working his way up through the upper area now into that big ring coming off turns 12, 13, and 14. Cars pretty much spread out all over the racetrack now. We've got a lot of guys that are just racing the track because they don't have anybody else in front or behind them that they can see pretty much on the racetrack. Hune will bring it off turn number 16. Here he comes down the front straightaway, and there he goes. White flag is out this time, so it'll be the final time around for these guys.
He looks like he's extending his lead nicely, keeping everything nice and tidy.
Yeah, they got to worry about that lap car, but I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. It's not like there's 2 cars running side by side. Or
can't
anything.
say that.
Yeah. Well, I can as a commentator. You don't want to say that if you're in their pit area or if you're them.
Exactly.
But I can say it and get by with it. So here they head down the hill. Hune's going to be into turn 6, and he's going to catch this lap car probably coming off turn 6. Matter of fact, going to catch him right there.
Oh, that was
Gave him a lot of room. That was good. Braden Nickel comes through unscathed without anybody in his way. So now they got a car in between them. Braden Nickel's going to have to get by that lapped car here in just a moment before they come around for the final time.
It looked like Nickel going through that hairpin had a four-wheel drift going on.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? Yeah, he was trying to catch up as much as he could and couldn't make it happen. He tried to get it all in that one last little spot down there. So we'll check them out here in a moment as they work their way by. Checker's going to be coming out in just a minute as Chris Hune will make his way up from turn 16 into that area of 17. And I got a feeling he's going to be a happy camper when he comes off turn number 17. We're seeing Chris Hune come by right now. Checkered flag is in the air. Braden Nickel follows him across the stripe. There's our lapped car coming in. We should see Greg Folger here in just a moment in the 29 car. He's got that little burgundy stripe, I believe it is, burgundy stripe on his car. So we should be seeing Greg come off 16 and 17 here in a moment.
Two good battles for the lead in 2 races in a row. That's pretty
good. Yeah, it's been good to see that. Garcia, of course, taking the Miata win. And then, of course, it was Chris Hune with the big win here this afternoon in that one. So Folger now takes 3rd spot, waiting on his dad, Pete, to come by in the 77 car. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys work their way through. There you see the mutual respect as Hune and Nickel give each other good fist bumps as good competitors will do at the end of the race. So congratulations to Chris Hune and also Braden Nickel on running a good race there as Hune takes the checkers. We'll be talking to him in just a moment as soon as they cool down on this lap and find their way back around to the start-finish line.
You know, watching the lap times, I thought, Hune had a shot, but Nickel looked like he was driving impeccably clean, just perfect lap after lap. And all of a sudden, you saw Nickel just a thousandth of a second, another thousandth of a second clawing away. And that was a spectacular pass.
It was. And in that area of turn 4, you got that big sweeping turn up there in turn 4, the carousel turn. Perfect area for him to set his sights down low and just work his way by Braden. Unusual to see Braden Nickel get past on this racetrack.
Really?
So that was quite a move for Chris Hune to be able to take over the win this afternoon. He'll be pulling into the paddock area in just a moment. We'll have our Steve Newbold down there to talk with him, as Chris Hune going to be a happy fellow when we were talking to him today. So we'll bring him by in just a moment. The drivers make their way down to the pit lane, and in just a moment we'll be down there talking with Chris Hune, our leader here today. As we mentioned, he was the driver that had the GoPro that watched the deer fly over his car last year when we were here. So I think he's had some experiences on this racetrack. he may share with us. But anyway, he's going to be sharing some happy experiences today when he climbs out of his Radical race car here in just a moment. Still making their way down the pit lane. Steve Newbold is on his way over to talk with him. He'll be getting a word with him in just a moment. There you see Chris and Braden and the rest of the field as they stop in right there. They'll be climbing out of the cars here in just a moment. We got historics coming out on the racetrack in a moment. We've got several of the cars in the historic group, so they'll be coming out in just a second. We haven't had historics here last couple of years very often. There have been a few cars, maybe 1 or 2 that would start in with the Spec Miatas, but today we've got enough cars here that we're actually having a race specifically for historics. So we'll be having them out on the track here in just a moment. Right now, Chris Hune has exited the winning race car. He's been getting his helmet off right there, talking with Braden Nickel after that win today for Chris Hune. And Braden and Chris put on a great show here for you in the Radical cars today. 2 good drivers that have spent a lot of time at this racetrack, and it's good to see them exchanging pleasantries and smiling at each other after a race like that. I think Braden was, even though he wanted to win, no question about that, I think he was kind of excited for Chris to get the win today. So we'll be talking with Chris in just a moment. Hey, Chris, we're waiting on you for a Victory Lane interview, man. Come on around. Congratulations to you. We're going down to Steve Newbold right now as he talks with our winner. How about that? Big win today for Chris Hune.
All right, well, we are waiting on Chris to get over here. So give us 1 second while we. Here he comes now. I see him coming.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, congratulations. All right, so how do you feel?
I feel great. It's one down, the important one to go.
All right, did you have any strategy going into this race?
Not let get Raiden too far ahead of me.
Fair enough, fair enough. So you have to tell me, how did you successfully navigate turn 4?
I was picking my opportunity for a while. I was behind him, and I, thought if I could get inside of him coming up the hill, I had a chance of getting around him. So that's how it worked.
All right, sounds like a great strategy. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Mr. Charles.
Chris, great job, Chris. Congratulations on the win. Thank you, Trinity. I didn't know you were going to be doing that interview. Good to have Trinity Dobbs with us today doing our pit road reporting from this point on. So good to see Trinity out there getting some experience today here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Let's check out our drivers right now. Robert Riles is out there in the 14. Greg Kimbrough. Now, we've seen Greg out here before. He is in the number 100, and I don't see that car on the track right now. Neil Sullivan is in the 16, Don Scott in the 133, Charles Morris in the 562, and Doc Jewell in the 0 car. Don't know exactly which cars are these. Pete, I'm going to draw on your experience to tell me what cars are on the racetrack.
I got to see them first.
We'll be bringing them by in just a moment. We'll try to get a look at these cars.
I saw one Spec Racer Ford out there, which was probably the precursor to the Radicals. And I saw a 911, looked like a BMW.
I come from a oval racing background. I can tell the difference in a Camaro and a Monte Carlo. Let's put it that way. I'm not sure about sports cars kinds of things, so looking forward to those. There's a 00 out there. There's the one that's one of the Radical cars. Not sure what he's doing on the racetrack. That's interesting.
That's Greg. He's in the World Sport Racer.
World Sports Racer? We don't have a whatchamacallit.
That's Greg Kimbrough.
Oh, that's the 100. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, they're coming by slowly right now as Rachel Hyland takes the safety car off of the racetrack down pit lane. Rest of the drivers come by. We'll be getting ready for a green flag start here in just a moment as the Historics come by. Pete's going to clue us in on what these cars are as they make their way by.
Looks like we've got a F Production Miata in the front, 911, 2002, and another 911 E-Production car.
So you got 2 Porsches, 1 BMW, one, I guess that's an early model Radical. Is that what that is? World Sport Racer. What the heck is that? I am not familiar with that term.
Me neither.
Okay. Well, at least I'm not the only one in the dark here. World Sport Racer. Okay. Good to see that on the racetrack.
You know, at one point the
and he is a World Sport spin-out right now at the moment.
already.
He must have a lot of power in that thing. He goosed it going up into turn 4 and around he went. Oh, does it? A Toyota engine. Our race director and executive producer, Will Rigdon, just gave us that little bit of information right there. So, man, that's an older model BMW that's out there, that number 33. You see that as our drones get some great shots of these guys coming by. We are we under green? We're actually racing right now? Yeah, we're racing right now with the Historics. And, Will, while we got a moment, what is the next thing? Track Attack? What is that called?
Time
Attack. Okay, Time Attack coming up. So, Pete, explain Time Attack to us.
Time Attack is we have autocrossers we're seeing racing through the cones right now, and that's a lot of fun. The next level for most guys to graduate to is Time Attack, or what used to be called Solo 1, when you're on the track and you're being timed individually. So you're not racing each other, you're racing the clock.
Well, then how's that differ from what we're doing now? Because you're basically racing the track right now in a division like this. You're not really racing, because the cars are so dissimilar, you're not racing someone head-to-head, really.
Yep, but you could. Today, one of the biggest vintage races in the country is at Road Atlanta, the Walter Mitty.
Right.
And these must be overflows from that. There's so many cars up there this weekend, it's crazy. But they are vintage rules usually have a little bit different. They have what's called a 13-13 rule. You can't hit another car, or if you hit a solid object, you're on probation for 13 months.
Wow.
And if you have another incident during that period of time,
so there's no rubbing his racing in that deal at all.
No, no, not. They frown upon that.
Man, I'll have to tell you my experience at Road Atlanta. I announced a truck race there many years ago when we started the truck series. And it was an interesting race because they brought Bobby Allison in as my color commentator. Now,
wow.
No disrespect to you, but Bobby was a great color commentator.
Bobby, I've got one of the greatest Bobby Allison stories you'll ever hear. One of the 50th anniversary of NASCAR, my wife's company was sponsoring a new sponsor, but they were having a board meeting and no one could go to the Charlotte for the presentation, and they said, "Hey, my husband's in racing. He used to work for the company. Let him represent us." So we went up to Charlotte Motor Speedway. It was the night the RJR executive crashed.
Right, yeah, Wayne Robertson.
Wayne. So we're sitting in the
T-Wayne.
I
was there that night.
I was the guy giving the $5 million check.
Really?
Yeah.
How about that? Because I was there for the 50th anniversary celebration. Matter of fact, my radio station bag that I carry now is a 50th anniversary NASCAR bag, and I realized that was 25 years ago I got that thing.
Isn't it? That's what I was thinking too. That was one of the best, I would say, non-romantic nights of my life.
Yeah.
It was that night. And we're sitting up at Humpy's Bar and waiting. And I brought one of my friends with me, and he was a big NASCAR fan. I said, this could turn out to be nothing. So we waited, and we were having cocktails. And they had I think Dale Earnhardt's Lumina and Richard Petty's Charger, the STP one, out on the field with a light on it. But other than that, we're just sitting there. And one of the bartender goes, you're going to have the best seat in the house if you stay right here at the bar. I'm like, why? He said, because every living NASCAR Winston Cup champion is going to be in this room tonight. I'm like, really? They're like, yeah, we're all waiting for some guy from the company we were representing to give a check. I'm like, that's me. He's like, they're all downstairs waiting for you. What have you been doing? I'm like, I don't know. They told me to come up here. I went downstairs, and Rusty Wallace and we presented the check.
Yep.
I had a drink too many, but I was still pretty good. And we went back up to the bar, and I sat Bobby Allison sits next to me.
Yeah.
What a genuine guy. I
Yeah.
mean, just absolutely. Davey had just passed, and I gave him my condolences. I asked how you were doing, with Neil Bonnet and all that tragedy from the Alabama gang. And it was like talking to my best friend. We had a great, great, great conversation. And then he goes, are you going to Jeff Gordon's roast? And I'm like, no, I wasn't invited to that. And he goes, you are now.
How about that?
And it was lower in the tower. And the table I got to sit with was Buck Baker and Herb Thomas.
Wow. What a bunch of great historic NASCAR drivers there.
Yeah. So I came down, and everybody does the car guy test. They're like, are you the real deal?
Right.
You know what you're talking about. And, being a Mopar fan all my life, and a Ford guy too, but I started talking about the Chrysler 300s to Buck, and you had to weasel it out of him, And the more questions I asked, the more stories he told.
Yeah, Buck was not as he was not as talkative as Buddy was. Buddy was he was certainly a great commentator.
Let me tell you, by the end of the night, between him and Herb Thomas, I have stories I can't share on the air right now, but it was hysterical. I mean, these guys, living legends, but Herb Thomas talking about he had a 44-inch waist, and to keep the doors together, he would use two of his belts, loop them through the door handles, tie them together, and that's what would hold the doors together.
Wow.
Before they were welded.
Isn't that something?
It was really crazy.
Golly. You think about what these guys went through as the pioneers of NASCAR. We talked earlier about some of the guys that were involved in the early stages. Mr. Raymond Parks from right here in Dawsonville, one of the early guys that helped Bill France get NASCAR started. And some of the stories that Mr. Parks would tell, Jimmy Mosteller, remember Mosteller from over at Dixie Speedway, Jimmy introduced me one night to Mr. Parks, and we sat there and talked forever over at Dixie. What a nice guy he was, and very soft-spoken, but he wielded a big stick, I guess you'd say, in the NASCAR days because he was one of the founding fathers of NASCAR.
Yeah.
Well, we continue with our historic cars on the racetrack. It's interesting to watch these cars go by. I guess they're competing against each other. I'm not sure exactly how this works, but anyway, Robert Riles is in the number 14, is in first spot right now. So if we want to consider that they're running against each other rather than time trials, they are running with Robert Riles up front. Neil Sullivan is in the 16, Don Scott in the 133. Greg Kimbrough is in that 100, which is a far different looking car than the rest of these, and Charles Morris is in the 562.
When you notice on the side of a lot of like this Porsche 912 or 9 Series of this Miata that's lapping them, they say FP or EP. Those were different classes. It's called F production. They went to A would be the Corvettes and the Cobras, big blocks. B would be a small block car, and go down based on cubic inches. When we get into these production classes, used to be the mainstay of SCCA racing and sports car racing before Spec Miatas took over or really filled out the ranks. And the battles were legendary. You know, the F production battles between Joe Cogbill and Paul Spruill were just unbelievable. And these were the mainstay. They were closely, I wouldn't say closely regulated, but they had a rule book that you had to follow. And the cars could be modified more drastic than a stock car or a spec
So now
car.
an E production versus an F would be the same kind of car, just different specs on the engines, or different cars completely?
Different cars completely.
Okay.
But based on usually cubic inches or CCs.
Got you.
Yeah.
Now, where do Formula cars come in? Because I know we all know Formula 1, but Formula 4 back in the day was Volkswagen engines. So
That's Formula V.
Formula V, I'm
Formula
sorry.
V, yep.
So where do Formula cars fit into the SCCA, or is that a whole different deal?
Yeah, they're still there. Formula Ford is really one of the most popular feeder series. Go-karts now have taken over a lot of that. And I think that started with McLaren, went after the go-kart guys, and it was one of the first drivers that they enlisted in their go-kart program was Kimi Räikkönen. And when they gave him a Formula One test, Kimi got in the car, and he had never driven a non-go-kart car before. When he got in the car, he did a lap. Now here he is racing for one of the biggest Formula One teams in the world. And he said, I'm not fit enough to do this.
Really?
And he got out of the car. And,
Wow.
That impressed McLaren so much that they were like, someone would actually give up that opportunity, saying, give me a month to get fit enough.
Yeah.
And they said, why? He said, the braking was so insane compared
Really?
to the go-karts. And they had a very good article in one of the British magazines of why these teams were going after go-kart racers. And it wasn't the performance of the kart, it was the regimen and racecraft. So in Europe, for example, there might be 300 karts in one race weekend. And you'd have many heat races. And being time certain, you had to be at the grid at a certain time, you had to be ready and suited at a certain time, because there were so many people, the races had to go off.
Now, does that follow suit with the WKA in America? It is a World Karting Association similar to that?
Very much so. And but in Europe, it's a way of life, karting and racing. Here, we have pockets of it across America.
Mm-hmm.
It's different in every region. And of course, our country's so huge, you can understand that could be possible. In Europe, auto racing is a way of life. When I was stationed over there, it was something else.
Well, now, let me ask you this. We have obviously a lot of kart tracks around our area. There's also quite in the Cumming area, there's the big quarter midget track.
Yep.
A lot of drivers start their kids off at quarter midgets. We have the bandoleros now, which are more of an oval track kind of thing where kids start off. So how do those differ? Which one feeds you more into the road racing era, quarter midgets or go-karts or what?
What McLaren said.
Of course, we got kart racing here on the asphalt, too, that is a feeder system for this.
What McLaren said, it wasn't necessarily the car control. It was the discipline of being where you were supposed to be, the time you were supposed to be there, and then completing the races, of course, being successful. and the racecraft and spatial awareness. That's what they were going after.
So the actual lap times or those kind of things were secondary to the regimen of getting to be a race driver and getting racing in your head.
Yep, the discipline of, hey, you have to be on the grid at 10:45.
Yeah.
You're there.
Wow.
You're lined up in your spot. You're ready to go. There's no excuse. And that's why they pursued these young drivers. It wasn't, to me, it was baffling. How can a Formula One car compare to a go-kart?
Yeah.
You know, I've never driven a shifter kart. I've been in some pretty fast karts, but really more like these things that we have at A&P. And it's the discipline of racing. It's being where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there, without an excuse. I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if your leg hurts, whatever. You're there when you're supposed to be there, and you're suited up, ready for that heat race.
Wow, interesting. I've talked to drivers over the years, and many people have told me, they said, you know, when it comes to weight versus horsepower ratios, that a Legends car is the closest thing to a late model, either asphalt late model or dirt late model, that gives you the best idea. Then you have other people. I remember Ricky Rudd used to be one of the drivers that they would proclaim came out of kart racing. Of course, Jeff Gordon was one of the first that came out of quarter midget racing. So you have all these different disciplines that feed into the system, whether it's road racing, NASCAR, or whatever, that drivers get the opportunity to learn early.
Yep.
Now, these drivers that are here, do most of these take it up as adults or in this historic division, or are they products of coming through the ranks of kart racing and so forth?
A lot of the drivers, I actually started in vintage racing. My first ride I got was at the Walton Mitty, and when I moved to Georgia.
What were you racing? What kind of vehicle?
A Porsche.
Porsche, okay. 911, 912,
yeah,
what?
911. It was a lot of fun. We had a good time, and but there was some intense competition. There was a lot of gentleman drivers too. You know, you considering the value of a lot of these cars.
Yeah, nobody wants to go home with a torn-up race car when it's a vintage car.
Exactly, and think of in most racing, what's a used race car? You know, what are you going to do with it? You know, they're no longer competitive in the class they were originally in. They moved into vintage racing. It's more of a fun atmosphere and a lot of camaraderie going on. There are battles up at the track, and they tried to keep them, you know, from rules creep is really a big issue.
Yeah.
If you go on the West Coast, if that car wasn't originally a vintage race car, you couldn't race.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, it had to be a car from that era. And now, yeah, I actually found the cache of the car that won the second Walter Mitty in a collapsed home in Sandy Springs. And when we rescued that, it was a '63 Corvette. And
now, what kind of condition was it in? You say you rescued it, so what kind of condition was it in when you found it?
When I found it, the house was collapsed around it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was actually termite ridden and rain. And unfortunately, the owner had passed away and was in the house for a couple of weeks before anybody realized he was dead. And this car won. Like I said, he won the second Walter Mitty in class. It was a big bore Corvette. And that car right now, I sold it to a gentleman in England a year ago, who's racing it at Goodwood at the Goodwood Festival
Really?
of Speed.
Wow.
We'll have 3 cars at Goodwood this year.
Now, that's still the Porsche?
This is a Corvette.
Oh, that's the Corvette.
63
Okay,
Corvette.
got you.
The Goodwood is the European idea of vintage racing compared to American is quite a bit different. They hit each other. They will wreck the car, though it's just like regular racing.
Wow.
And they drive them 10-10s. And not that these gentlemen aren't, but a lot of times in vintage racing, you're holding back a little bit because of the historic nature of the car.
Yeah.
But
I announce a lot of races for the National Vintage Racing Association, oval track, and they're not scared to put the bumper to somebody.
No.
It may be a 34 Ford. I mean, it may be something you can't even get parts for, and they're not scared to stick the bumper to them and then have to go back and manufacture a part the next week to put on the car.
Wow.
It's interesting to watch those guys.
Really, where do they run?
They run. Last week they ran at Sonoya. A couple of weeks ago, they were at. They're going to be at Toccoa coming up soon. They just race all around the Georgia area and into South Carolina. And they have two different divisions. They have the open wheel, which are like skeeters, if you're familiar with the term skeeters, the open wheel cars. And then they have the late models, which a late model, one of the last winners that we had in a late model was in a 51 Chevrolet. When's the last time you heard a 51 Chevrolet win?
A
late model, yeah. How cool was that?
That sounds great. I'll have to check that out.
All right, we got a pass going on right here. Looks like Greg Kimbrough in that, what did we call that, a World Sport?
A World Sports Car, yes. It was a Toyota MR2 powered.
Well, it looks like he was trying to make the pass on one of the Porsches right now up around the carousel. Not sure that that's going to happen. He may have tucked in behind him right now. But it looked like that was about to take place. We've got a little over 2 minutes left. These cars a little slower than the Radical cars and the Spec Miata, so we may be seeing a white flag this next time by. We'll have to check out on the flag stand and find out what we have coming out over the field in a moment. We'll be getting our Miatas lined up, ready to go back out. They'll be set to go again in just a few minutes as we get round 2 underway. Round 1 was just setting up the field for the big one, which this is where all of the trophy presentations and the podium presentations and so forth will come from these second races coming up, and that'll be starting in just a moment as we get the Miatas back out on track.
That F production Miata looks like it's just running away with the field right now.
When you talk about F production, explain a little bit about what that means.
F is just a designation of
year model?
No, basically the engine size.
Okay.
So they're going to different engine size. A would be big blocks, for example.
Okay, the same thing we were talking about earlier.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Now, Mazda went through an evolution. They started out with the rotary engine. We all remember the commercials back in the day about the rotary engine versus the piston engines. When did they stop the rotary engine kind of thing? What was the nemesis for that?
Fuel economy.
They did not get good fuel economy?
Terrible.
Really?
They were horrible on the fuel economy side. They had the performance.
How were they longevity-wise?
Actually really good. Once they got over the rotor issues, seals issues, they were really
Time Attack. We need Time Attack to grid, please. All Time Attack cars. We forgot about Time Attack. They're coming up next. Time Attack cars, we need you to the grid, please. Time Attack to the grid area. We're talking about rotary engines versus piston engines. That was one of the things Mazda, that was sort of their calling card when they first came onto the automotive scene, was the fact that they had a rotary engine and they would show that little triangular thing and the way that the valves worked in there. Tell us a little bit about that.
It was like 5 pieces to the whole motor, really. You know, it was a great, the Vonkel was
like a centrifugal motor versus the rotating motors that we consider like a V8 or a V6.
Yep, it was super high performance. They dominated a lot of the classes they raced in. They raced in, at the time, in endurance racing, they called it GTU, under 3 liters and over 3 liters. They dominated the under 3 liter class for a long, long time. And ultimately, it was the gas crisis. And,
oh, really? That's what did them in.
The second gas crisis did them in.
Yeah. So now, if let's say you had a Ford, a 2600 or 2400 cc Pinto or Mustang engine back in the day, so the same size engine in the Mazda would be more powerful or more, as far as longevity, be better?
Absolutely. The actual displacement of the engine, since the way the rotors were formed, were basically a 3-cylinder, but displacement-wise, they were actually bumped them up. Maybe they were 1.3 liters, but they would race in the 3-liter class.
They raced bigger than what the engine size actually was.
And they could rev to the moon. You know,
now, what about the rest of the drivetrain, clutch and transmission, so forth? The same things.
Absolutely.
Okay. Interesting. I never knew exactly what happened to those rotary engines. That's interesting to know. White flag has been out over the field. Checkered flag coming out right now. Looks like Robert Riles has ended this race as Riles comes by as the top spot. I believe he's in one of those Porsches, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's the.
Is he the BMW?
No, he's that Miata.
Oh, he's the Miata. That's right. Greg Kimbrough is the driver that's in that World Sport silver car that looks different than everybody else's. Then Neil Sullivan in the 16, Don Scott in the 133, and Charles Morris in the 562 as our final drivers make their way by. Time Attack drivers, we need you ready to roll. Time Attack, we need you ready to roll.
What's up?
Mike, will they be on for 20 minutes too, Time Attack? Okay. I'll just look at the clock and get out there. By the way, on our broadcast today, Mikey Lane was not listed. He just showed up, and now all of a sudden I see him behind the controls. So Mikey is working as our assistant producer slash director slash switcher. I'm not sure exactly what his title is today. Mikey is just man of all opportunities here today at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You may hear Mikey on the broadcast. You never know when Mikey's going to show up with his expertise. So the double checkers are out for the rest of our drivers who make their way by. That's going to be it for the drivers in our historics this afternoon. We'll see them out once again. Getting ready for round 2, or the final round of each of these. Time Attack coming out first. We'll get them on the track in just a moment, and these drivers will be timed individually. They will not be racing each other, so they will probably not even get a start. They'll probably be separated on the track when they start, because these are street cars. They certainly don't want to get any damage to those cars. They're not out here racing each other. And so we'll find out. Looks like we got about 10 or 12 of those cars lining up for Time Attack right now.
These are some cool cars.
Yeah, it looks like some pretty cool cars. I see Corvettes. I see, well, we had a C30 Chevy pickup out there earlier today, which was an odd bird in our Time Attack warm-ups when they were out on the track.
There's a C10. There's an absolute gorgeous C10 that's out there.
Yeah, I think I said C30. I meant C10.
Yeah, there's some. Actually, I saw a 63, I think, too.
Yeah, we had a 63 Chevy just like that back in the day. Green and white, just like that one. Man, it brings back a lot of memories to see that truck out there. Yeah, we're getting some more Corvettes lined up down there. They'll be bringing them out on the track here in just a moment as we get some guys ready to roll. Robert Riles was our overall winner in the historics. He has parked his car down there. He's going to be climbing out in just a moment. We'll go down to Steve Newbold in just a second once Robert gets out of that winning race car. So it was an opportunity for historic cars to be on the track today. We've not seen a lot of that in the past. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 cars just tail the end of the Miata race. But today they were enough to have their own race. And so we'll be talking with Robert Riles in just a moment. He pulls the helmet off, gets ready to exit his winning Miata. And let's go ahead and go down to Steve right now and let Steve fill us in on Robert exiting that car as he gets ready for the winner's interview.
Hi, guys. Well, we're getting Robert out of the car right now. He's getting his helmet off finally. But we'll give him a second to get all situated. He might be a little sweaty. It is a little warm down here. All right, guys, Robert's getting out of the car now. And here's Robert. So, Mr. Robert, when you're getting out, tell us a little bit about your car.
Well, it's a 90 Miata. We originally built it for running SCCA F production, but now we don't run SCCA anymore. We run HSR and SVRA. Run Group 3 in HSR, Group 12 in SVRA. So
how does it feel to run in the historic division with a car that's built in the 90s? Because I'm a 90s baby, and I'm not historic, I guess you would say.
I'm a 40s baby, so.
All right.
But it's up to 90, and I think this is probably one of the newer cars. But in SVRA, we have modern production racers and historic production racers. The two 912s are in historic production. This is modern production. But Group 3 and HSR is everything from vintage Mustang GT350s to cars like this.
Well, you had a good ride out there today. You want to tell us a little bit how you felt about the track?
I've been out here before. I like it. I got black flagged in practice because it was too noisy. So I have a suppressor that I put in it, and I didn't get black flagged. So I guess it worked.
Hear that, race control? No black flag. Back up to you guys.
Hey, Robert, I'm right there with you, man. I'm a 50s vintage, so I understand completely. It's good to have you out here. Glad you got that noise suppression under control. Congratulations on a big win. Yes, Robert and I are historic, so we'll claim that title and claim it gladly. We've got track crews out working on the track right now to make sure it's in good shape, ready for track attack. That's coming up next. Time attack cars. Well, we call it track attack if you want to, but time attack's coming up next. Drivers coming out in their own street cars, and they're going to be timed around the racetrack, and every lap they're going to see if they can better themselves from the lap before. So we'll be getting them on the track in just a moment. They're lined up down on the paddock right now. We'll be bringing out the safety car in just a moment with our time attack cars behind them. Got a lot of good-looking cars out there, different makes, and some of them got passengers in them this time, so it'll be interesting to see all of these drivers make their way by. Time attack's coming up, and then we'll get Miatas back out on the track again. Spec Miatas, you need to be lining them up here pretty soon as we get our Spec Miatas back out on the track once again. Wow, a Ferrari Monza coming out on the racetrack. Been a while since we've seen anything like that on the track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So Ferrari coming out onto the racetrack. So we'll check it out in a moment. I think they're going to make a couple of laps around, a little bit of an exhibition, and we'll find out what they do before we get the time attack cars out. I keep wanting to say track attack. I guess it would be a track attack sort of thing.
It is a track attack.
Yeah, but they're officially called time attack, so we'll get them out on the track here in a moment. By the way, condos, they're looking good since the last time I was here. There's a lot of progress been done on those condos. I was talking to a guy last night. He has a classic. He's got an 88 Chevy pickup, one of the square body pickups, and we went to a dinner last night, and, man, he's got the chrome wheels, and it's lowered, and it's looking so good. I was telling him about the condos here, about how they have the elevators, and you can put your race car up and bring it up into your living room and watch it. He said, man, I'd put my red Chevy pickup on that thing and raise it up into the living room. His wife was not so encouraged about that as he was, but anyway, I thought that was a cool idea. Condos are still for sale. We got new condos going up down there as well.
The Ferrari going up by itself?
Well, they are. I saw that Corvette take its way down there just a moment ago. That's over in the time attack lineup of cars, and he kind of peeled out. I'm not sure if he was told he had to go to the rear or what was going on, but there was a little bit of change up.
We've got the autocross going on that side of the paddock.
Oh, is that autocross down there?
That's the autocross.
Ah, okay, so that's why he was peeling out in such a hurry. He's doing the autocross. I see. We got our time attack cars lined up down here on the grid, so they'll be coming out. We got a couple of Chevy pickups out there. Yeah, I noticed the parking lot today when I came in. Normally we park down in this area. Well, there's no parking here today because they got autocross set up for all of that.
Yep, we have a 3-ring circus going on.
There are a lot of activities here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. When I tell people, of course, I'm used to oval tracks, dirt tracks, short tracks. I tell them that I came to a racetrack today that had a putting green and a pool, and most of them can't imagine that at any kind of racetrack they have been to, but that's the way we have things here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Some interesting things about this track, the time attack, or track, let's call them track attack.
You like that better,
Yeah,
huh?
I like it better. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, time track attack. There you go.
Time track attack. A lot of these folks, especially the guys in the trucks, either started out as drag racers and met them a lot of times at Atlanta Dragway. I know that green truck out there is a beast. And these guys, I guess, through the Good Guys series and started autocrossing, and now they progressed to being on track.
Well, I have to tell you this. I was at Atlanta Dragway. They kept wanting me to come down. I covered oval tracks pretty much always in my radio career, but they wanted me to come to Atlanta Dragway. So I came down there and I watched. They had the 8th mile runoffs. It was the 8th mile runoffs, and this 1-ton Ford van was continually winning because everybody else would break out. He was so slow that everybody else would break out.
He would torture him.
And the final came down to him and a rail buggy. I mean, this truck had to get halfway down the course before the rail buggy was allowed to go. And everybody would break out because this guy was so far down the track. And he wound up winning the whole thing in a 1-ton, rusted up white Ford van. Unbelievable. You would not think that would be a drag race vehicle.
It's amazing. When electric cars first came out, I actually thought of getting one just to, it would be
Just to mess with them.
Mess with them. It would be super slow, but density, altitude, or all the other things you have to worry about with carb jetting and things like that at a regular bracket car, it'd be deadly. And now they're actually allowing them in a competition.
Well, they're supposed to be, I don't know this for a fact, but I heard that there was some research going on through Hendrick Motorsports and some others putting together an electric car program for racing. Now, I can't imagine going to a racetrack and not hearing any kind of noise whatsoever, but anyway, that may be what it is. What kind of noise do these cars generate? Is there any hum or anything?
Nothing. That's the scary part about them. I think a lot of manufacturers are talking about putting some noise in there.
Really?
So you can see them or hear them.
Yeah.
I have a neighbor with one. I'm walking the dog at 5 in the morning, and the guy's almost killed me 3 or 4 times. I think he does it on purpose because I can't hear him.
Oh, wow.
You're walking down and boom.
Interesting.
I can't wait to see these trucks. I know one of the drivers out there, Tanner Dutton, did very well at a hill climb a couple of weeks ago in that black Camaro.
You talking about like a Pikes Peak kind of hill climb, or one of those where they go up the side of the mountain with the dirt?
No, it was one of the, it was like
a road course kind of hill. I got you.
And he's out there in I think a mid-70s Camaro, a Gen 2 Camaro, the big black one.
Well, now you've got some expertise in road course racing as well as oval track racing. Tell me what's going to happen when NASCAR goes to Chicago for the street race. How do they set things up when you've got just flat street intersections going back and forth?
It's going to be chaos.
I think so, too.
I really do. I don't know. Well, the thing about the new version of the NASCAR car, it's basically a GT4 car, or GT3 car, more on the lines of IMSA and World Sports Cars. So they have a lot of that technology, and that's why a lot of that Area 56 car that's going to Le Mans with Hendricks is basically, I keep calling them Winston Cup cars, but a Cup car modified slightly for road racing. But they're more becoming a standardized style car. Not a spec car, but to GT3 rules, which are a worldwide rule.
Well, speaking of NASCAR, of course, Chase Elliott, hometown boy from here in Dawsonville. Good to see him back behind the wheel the last couple of races. Somehow he pulled out a top 10 in Martinsville after running 27th, 28th almost all day long. And then last week he had a good run going, and, of course, he had to whoa up there at the end to keep from running into Bubba Wallace as the laps wound down past the projected end of that race. They had to go into overtime, and on that last lap, Chase had to slow down to keep from getting involved and wound up, I think, a 12th place finish or something like that. But it's good to see him coming back after the broken leg. And now Alex Bowman, broke his back.
Vertebrae, yeah.
Yeah, broke his back this week. So Josh Berry called into action once again to replace Alex Bowman this week as they head to Dover. So that's going to be interesting to see how he does in that car. All right, they're turning them loose, and, of course, as we thought, they're going to spread them out on the track because you don't want these drivers touching each other or racing each other for position. That's not what this is all about. So they're spreading them out and giving them some distance in between each other as they head around the racetrack. Kind of give us an idea of what kind of cars we got on the track.
Well, the first car out there we see is a black S2000, Honda S2000. Those things had a 9,000 RPM red line.
Wow.
Out of the factory on a little 4-cylinder.
I remember reading a book back when I was in 3rd grade called Red Line 7000. That was like
I remember that.
Yeah.
We're old. We got BMWs, but I can't wait to see these trucks going. Now, I believe under these rules, as these cars get going on, they're going to catch each other, and they might have to use point-by rules. So, in other words,
what does that mean?
No passing in the corner. You have to wait till they're straightaway, then you point by.
I see. So you let somebody pass you on the straightaway. Okay.
And you tell them where you're going to pass.
Those trucks are going to be really lightweight in these corners. It's going to be interesting to see those trucks come through turn number 6 because those rear ends are so lightweight. Okay. Here comes an S10, looks like it is. Is that an S10?
That's one of that group there. Those guys got some bad rides. I know that green truck is a 10-second quarter-mile car.
Really?
Truck.
Wow. That's pretty intense.
It's coming out soon.
So we got some older Chevys. That S10 is one of those Chevys that just came through turn number 6. We've got another BMW released from the grid point down there. What's that coming down the hill? Is that a?
This one looks like a Mustang, big BMW.
That's a bigger version of the BMW.
It's So we got a BMW, a newer one, IMSA style car. There's
Now, that
also-
one's got some lettering on it. That's a race car.
Yeah, it looks like it. Or this is a 10-minute practice session before we start actually getting into the competition itself.
Okay, so they're going to actually have a competition right after this?
No.
Or is this later in the day?
10-minute open lapping. Wow. So we're going to have a green-white checker shootout.
Okay, so we'll basically have 12 laps with a little bit of break in between. Have a practice session, then go back out for 2 more laps. Gotcha. All right. Still releasing some cars down there. We got more coming out. Are all the trucks haven't
All
even
those-
come out yet.
Nope, the big trucks are there. That green truck, I mean, you have to really, if you folks haven't taken a look at some of those cars out there, that green, those trucks are so beautifully prepared up close. They're just a marvel of engineering, and it's amazing what these cats have done with these cars. They're just beautiful.
Now, are these daily drivers or are these just for racing?
I would say they could do anything.
Okay, so it's a combination of both.
A combination of both. Quite a few of these cars out here are daily drivers right now.
Yeah, Hot Rod Magazine would call them grocery getters, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. So dual purpose. And it's a great introduction. You can still hit stuff, you can still blow things up, but you're not getting into racecraft yet, where you have to worry about the other guy.
Speaking of Redline 7000, we heard that S10 come by a moment ago, and man, he was revving that thing up when he came by. So I know what kind of RPM he was turning, but it's pretty heavy.
I said they're high 8s, 9,000 right out of the
Man.
factory. That's crazy.
Hard to believe.
I had one. No torque, but a lot of.
No, really?
A lot. It got old after a little bit driving at 9,000 RPM around to get groceries.
One of our great shots from the drone right there. You get to see a lot of this course over in the back section. Now, you notice these vehicles are not running the full race course. That's why the lap times are so quick. They're cutting off just down there in front of I think we're calling that Spectator Hill or American Flag Hill, whatever we're calling it.
Spectator Hill.
Yeah, they're
we've
turning off
determined
just
that.
before we get there. Bunker Hill, let's call it. So anyway, they're cutting through there to make this a little quicker, but we'll be getting more of these cars out. They continue to release more and more of these as they get them on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think with the corkscrew and the full course would be a bit much for the brakes on some of these heavier cars.
Yeah, and you've got coming up those hills and going down the major hills there. I know that's one of the reasons when we run Bandolero cars here that they have to use that shorter course because they just don't have the power to get up some of those major hills over there, turns 11 and 12.
I was here for that Bandolero race in the rain, and I had to say, for kids who've never raced a road course before in their life, they figured it out pretty quick.
Yeah.
The guys up front, fast guys are fast guys. It's amazing.
It's interesting to watch the youngsters in those cars. Bandoleros have 2 different divisions. They have the division of youngsters, which are actually just the young kids. Then they have the Outlaws division, which can be anybody. And when you're in Victory Lane and you're waiting on the winner of a Bandolero event to get there, and this 6'8", 50-year-old man pops out of a little Bandolero, it's really interesting to see that happen sometimes. You're expecting a little kid to pop out, not always the case.
I can't believe how fast that S10 is.
I know, he is moving on. Do we know which vehicle he is in?
No, we don't.
There's no numbers on these cars that we can readily see, so we're not really sure who is who on the racetrack. A couple of them have numbers, but not many, even though there are numbers assigned to them on our screen right now. Obviously, that 58 that comes by has a number. Let's see, it's the S10. I believe that's Bobby Allen, yeah. That he just showed up on the, so we're calling him number 13 in the S10.
He's cooking.
Yeah, he's moving on pretty well. Now, how does this tax a standard engine? In other words, when these guys get done with this, is this time for an oil change, or what would you do in your daily driver car? Does this really tax it heavily?
Change the oil usually, With the longevity, especially some of these motors, the Fords, all overhead cams now, the Coyotes, these LS motors that are probably in this S10.
And those LS are just showing up everywhere in all kind of vehicles nowadays.
They're incredible. I mean, it's the things that you would think on a pure race engine back in the day, cross-bolted mains, things like that. every LS motor has one.
Yeah. Now, LS, they have a lot of aluminum parts in the LS also.
Yes.
Are those basically 396? What do they run cubic inch wise? 396, 400?
No,
what?
they start down in
They still 350s?
283 style. Yeah,
Really?
4.7 all the way up to 6.2s, or
Wow.
you can build them as big as you want.
So nobody goes by cubic inches anymore. Everybody's doing liter
So
things
everything
nowadays.
go by liters. So
I'm still a cubic inch guy.
Me too.
I,
I
want to
like
know a 396 or a 400 or a 383 or
so
whatever.
They're basically the 6.2 is close to a 396. The 5.3 is a 327. And the 5.7, the 350 is still out there. It's more like a 346.
Interesting to know because I didn't know exactly how the liters compared to a cubic inch configurations. All right, you see the guys continuing to work on. We've still got guys that haven't made it out on the racetrack yet.
Yeah, they might be saving it up for the not to overheat. I think it was a little bit warmer than they expected today.
Be interesting to see if that S10 continues to keep up with his lap times or if he's trying to better his lap times or cooling it a little bit. He's got a yellow tag on the back of that. I'm not familiar with that yellow tag. Maybe that's a Georgia dealer's tag. I'm not sure what it is.
I have one of those. That's a red tag right now, but it could be.
He'll be coming by in just a moment since the course is shortened. We'll see him scoot by, and we'll try to get a bead on that tag and see what it is. Looked like a yellow tag when he came by before. Let's see what that is on the back of that.
It was like an antique one, maybe Tennessee.
Maybe so. Okay, so an antique tag on there. So what model do you think that S10 is?
I'm going to say it's a square body, so it's probably 84, 85.
Oh, really? That
Yep.
old? Wow, it's a good-looking truck for that vintage.
I've built quite a few of those. Not with LSs, but we plop little 350s in them, and they go like hell.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They didn't handle very well.
Now, what did those came with a four-cylinder or six-cylinder?
Six, up to a 4.3. So it wasn't a bad motor, but, it's pretty easy to stuff a V8 in it. But it's not easy to make it handle like that, though.
You know, the V6s, when the Buick V6s came out and started being big in the racing world, Jim Ruggles out of Atlanta was one of the top engine builders for that. He was inducted into the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame a couple of years back. Got one off course down here. We got a BMW sitting off course just past the sand pit off turn number 1. So not sure exactly what's going on with that car, but he is sitting off course for the moment. Don't know if he just drifted over there because something happened and he was able to get it stopped there, or if for some reason he wound up there. Not sure what the situation is with that car. Now, the safety equipment in these cars, they just have regular seat belts, no window nets or roll bars or anything like that, correct?
Not required, yes.
I would guess that would be because they're not racing for position, and the chance of contact with another vehicle is null or void, not a possibility.
Exactly, but some of the faster cars out there do have full either half cages or full cages in them, for structural rigidity and safety.
Yeah.
Stuff happens. I don't care who you are. It's not if, when, it's when.
Yeah.
We got a full course.
So we got a full course caution out right now, and of course you can see the S10 and all the other vehicles are very slow on the racetrack at the moment.
And I think we got 10 minutes are up.
Yeah, we got a yellow flag, a checkered flag, and a safety flag out. All three things are out right now. There you see I'm not sure you call it safety safari, but our safety group here. We were talking earlier about the big blocks kind of started that safety safari thing. We were at Volusia County Speedway. Gosh, it's been 25, 30 years ago, I guess. And big block late model modifieds from up north were down there running, and safety safari showed up. And, man, they were so quick to get out there. They had these little small in Thailand, they call them tuk-tuks. I don't know what they call them in America, but they had those little bitty trucks, and they would be out on site before the cars even slowed down. It seemed like Safety Safari was already out there. And I remember I was standing with the guys from NASCAR, and they said, we need to implement that. It took them about 20 years to get it down to the point where they've got it now, but they're much quicker on the scene than they used to be. A big part of that was not racing back to the checkered flag. Remember, they changed that a number of years ago.
Yep.
That's been a big help as far as getting safety crews out immediately.
But I did like racing back to the checkered flag.
Yeah, that always had a lot of excitement to it. There was no question about that. But there were many times that the track was blocked, like down in turn 1, and the drivers couldn't get slowed up enough to keep from cramming into each other. So
I didn't say it was safe. It was entertaining.
they had to. Well, it caused a lot of monetary situations because that meant they had to put scoring loops around the racetracks. You had to go back to the last scoring loop, so it meant that you had to divide a track up into, depending on the size track, 10, 15, or maybe even 20 different segments, so they'd have scoring loops to go back to.
Speaking of which, did you notice, I read something about sports betting on Talladega, that they changed the results 3 times. And fans are in an uproar, people who are betting on the race, because that after the initial provisional finishing positions,
right,
about an hour later they released what they thought was the final, and I think the next day they changed it again.
Yeah, there was so much controversy with that last lap caution of where everybody fit into the actual scoring. I thought scoring loops were supposed to immediately do that as far as technology was concerned, but apparently that did not work out well at Talladega.
No.
Yeah.
No, who hit who?
At least it was one of those, what was it, Beauchamp and Lee Petty, where they had to wait 3 or 4 days to figure out who won the race at Daytona, one of those first races NASCAR did. You were talking about innovations. I remember Richard Petty talking about they finally decided, had bench seats back in those days. They were racing bench seats. Somebody got the wise idea to put a 2x6 block to help Richard hold his body up, and he gained like 5 miles per hour because his body wasn't sliding across the bench seat. You think about that and think how antiquated that kind of technology was, but that's what we went through in those days.
That's one of Buck Baker's, after Herb Thomas told us about his belts wrapped around the door handles, Buck's like, he goes, we used to cut out a slot in the right front fender well and put a screen door return spring on it and have a wire underneath the dashboard. So because when I'm running like at Darlington or Atlanta, I could pull open the door and see how much tire I have left.
How about that? Well,
and it
of
would
course,
snapshot.
When you and I grew up, back in those days, they didn't have any of the technology they have today, no radios or anything like that. And they'd hold the pit board out to tell them when to pit. And, people talk about the good old days of racing. Well, the good old days of racing, Richard Petty was winning by 3 laps over the second-place car. Now drivers, people complain because they're within a half a second of each other. They want to see, those thousandths of a second win. My goodness, we remember the days when it was laps between first and second place.
I mean, there was some of these guys were just so light years ahead in preparation.
Yeah. There was a true haves and have-nots back in those. Now almost everybody's a have. Everybody's got all the technology. But back in those days, it was clear you had 2 or 3 drivers that were factory-backed that had way better technology than anybody else.
Oh, no doubt. The backroom deals, especially during the AMA ban when Chevrolet was and Ford were Chevrolet. That was all backdoor stuff.
Yeah. And, of course, the tire wars, we were all concerned that somebody was going to get killed during those tire wars because everybody was making
tire out.
Yeah, they were making softer and softer tires, and we were just concerned somebody was going to get killed just trying to be a faster tire than Goodyear. And Hoosier and Goodyear were in a real battle during the tire wars of the, I guess it was early 90s.
Yep, and that was something, though.
I remember Darrell Waltrip was a big proponent of the new Hoosier. He was kind of the driver that Hoosier hung their hat on, was Darrell Waltrip back in the day.
I like Hoosier was they supported racers, and not that Goodyear didn't, but a lot of the other tires, especially running in sports cars and SCCA style racing, Hoosier was there every weekend. No one else was. I ran one car that was sponsored by Goodyear. They sent a truck down just for us at one particular race, but for the most part, any paddock you went to, anywhere across the country, there were Hoosier guys there. They were dedicated.
Hoosier's big in dirt track racing, too. Goodyear was for a short period of time. Goodyear came into it. Then, of course, McCrary was a big name in dirt track racing, and then they went out of business, but they have morphed into American Racer. McCrary is now American Racer. So that's basically the old McCrary tire is what everybody's running American Racers now.
Well, with sports cars, as you know now here, we race in the rain.
Yeah.
And my secret weapon back in the day were Hoosier dirt stockers.
Oh, really?
I'd run those as my rain tires.
How about that?
It wasn't illegal. They were bias ply tire. And if it got dry, they were sketchy, but while it was raining, they stuck like glue. It was amazing.
Well, now that brings up a good point. I remember the days whenever we switched over from the bias ply to radial tires. How did that affect road racing? I was involved more in the oval track back in those days. So what did that have to do with road racing, and how did radials versus bias ply tires make a difference?
You know, some of the classes I started in with showroom stock and which morphed into Spec Miata, you had to run a street tire. It had to be a DOT tire. And BFG did a lot of work on their radials, and they actually entered on John Greenwood's big block L88 Corvettes that ran at Le Mans and Daytona and Sebring. Were all running BFG radials. They called them the Lifesaver radials at the time. And BFG, now owned by Michelin, but they were so revolutionary in those days that they actually built in camber into the tire.
Really?
You know, at one point,
wow,
their DOT tires, they were the tire to have because they gave you an extra degree of camber. They were built into the tire. So if your car was strictly stock, it didn't have enough adjustment to get the two or 3 degrees of camber that you wanted, negative camber. They built a degree and a half into their tire.
Wow. You know, you talked about Humpy Wheeler earlier. Humpy Wheeler got into NASCAR by being an executive with B.F. Goodrich. That's how he started out, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if he was the brainchild behind that camber in those tires.
It was like a secret weapon that nobody knew.
Yeah.
And guys would flip them to save,
sure,
the tire, and the car would be handling like
I'm sure,
all
yeah.
over the place, like, what's going on? It's like, hey, we have
it's almost like stagger from the inside to the outside is different in that car. Wow. That's rolling once again, so we got that car back on track. Even though we brought out the rollback, looks like they got him rolling, so that's good to see him back working his way around. We have finished that round, I believe. They're coming in now to get ready for their 2-lap shootout. I believe that's the case anyway. A little unsure, but I think that's the case. Got the green flag back out. We're turning guys loose once again, so we got people coming off of the grid. All right. There's a lot of talk going up here about different kinds of tires that we haven't mentioned. So cue us in to what's going on with the other tire wars here.
Oh, there were some tires to be had. What's that? My favorite were the Yokohama Intermediates. I mean, everybody's like, what are those? I still have a set that's inflated, believe it or not. I think from 1985.
You reckon there's a little bit of rot going on in that rubber right now?
They look beautiful.
Yeah, they look beautiful, but how are they going to wear with a heat cycle? We were talking about heat cycles earlier. Got a feeling that might be a problem. So we got white flag out right now as we indicate 1 lap to go, and got a few cars on the track finishing this up, so we'll get them ready to go into the paddock area. We still got a lot of vehicles that we haven't seen on the track yet, so we'll find out what's going on with them in a few minutes.
I think they're saving up just for the green
you think so?
The time
they're
attack.
Coming out just for the big dog. Okay.
Yep, they're coming up for the money run. These guys know how to do it.
Now, you say a lot of these are former drag racers.
Yep, I think they're current drag racers too. But
oh, okay, so they're taking these same vehicles?
No, yep. I know that green truck for sure. That C10, just a beautifully prepared car. The last race at Atlanta Dragway, I happened to be paddocked next to them. They were actually tearing the stands down while we were having a race with like 400 cars.
Gosh, you know, you hate to see that.
You couldn't wait a day, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you really hate to see a great facility like Atlanta Dragway. We watched that being built back in the early days, and then all of a sudden now to go away and be no more in apartment complex or whatever's going up there in Commerce. That's just a sad
the apartment complex, the strange thing about that whole deal was they've been trying to get that in for a long time. The town fathers, I guess there were 3 counties right across the street from the starting line. And the minute they approved the housing complex, I think it was 700 units, 4 out of the 5 town fathers retired. They resigned right after that, and everybody was upset. And thinking NHRA, they actually owned the track,
Right.
and they were like, oh, they're abandoning us, which you can see that. But the reality of it was, how can you have a racetrack with 700 housing units across the street?
Yeah.
The racetrack was there before, and we all know that. But you can only imagine the complaints or whatever else was going to go on because of that. But more importantly, as a when you're looking at a business, let's say 3 or 4 times earnings versus the real estate value, the track as a track was worth $4 or $5 million, as real estate was worth $13-14 million.
Right.
And they sold it. And the odd part about that is the new town fathers will not zone it for what the person bought it for, and it's now a IAA or a Coparts lot for wrecked cars. They're using it temporarily. They leased it out because they can't do the trucking center that they wanted. Let's get this straight. The 700 apartment buildings couldn't handle a racetrack, but they could handle a trucking distribution center that's running 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been great. Great comeback for destroying such a great piece of Georgia history.
Yeah, if we've had so many racetracks are in that position. People that come in later and build houses after the track is there, then start complaining about the noise. We've seen that happen at a lot of different racetracks. And they can create such a furor with the county commissions and so forth till they put such restrictions and curfews on tracks. I was announcing at one track down in the Savannah area, and they had an 11 o'clock curfew. And they cut the lights and the PA and everything at 11 o'clock, period.
Yeah.
If they were still running on the racetrack, they required them to cut the lights at 11 o'clock. So it was a difficult thing. They would just throw the checkered flag at 11:59. Checkered flag came out regardless of how many laps they were in or whatever.
That, you would think that if you're moving next to a racetrack or an airport, you're going to expect noise.
Right.
And commotion and traffic. Let's turn this around a different way. At Battery, up at where the Braves play now, people live there.
Right.
They're living next to a baseball stadium.
Yeah.
Where it's filled up with hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people. They don't have that same pressure that a racetrack does.
Well, the difference in that is that is a public facility. It's county-owned or state-owned. The state comes up with the money to pay for those kind of facilities where they have major sporting events, whereas racetracks are all privately owned.
Yeah, I think.
And so you don't have that government intervention or government thing in there. But that also gives us the opportunity to have prayer and national anthem at our racing events, which they can't have at a lot of places like that often.
I think Commerce made a big mistake by getting rid of the track.
Yeah, absolutely.
They probably did not do the math of how much money and tourism and revenue that brought into the county.
I have a friend who's a new commissioner in Banks County.
They're out now.
Yeah, they're back out there. Who's a commissioner in Banks County and simply won that seat because of those other guys that you were talking about no longer in there. And he's now a commissioner in Banks County to monitor that growth and make sure that they don't have that situation going on.
Okay, this is the money run here.
All right, so we'll be able to see who's going to have fast times. And I'm not sure exactly how we're going to figure this out because they'll be competing against themselves, so not sure quite how that's going to be determined. Here comes our S10 down the line right here. Well, he's got his foot in the gas, doesn't he?
That thing sounds good, don't it?
Now, I think we determined that was Bobby Allen earlier, but his number didn't show up when he came by at that moment. So the green flag is out now for all of these guys that are working their way by. Yeah, he's got the white flag in his hand, so this is that 2-lap money run, as you want to call it. Money. I'm not sure it's money's on the line, but at least there's something on the line. Anyway, bragging rights, whatever's on the line. Probably something to be presented a little later in the day. Boy, he makes a smooth transition out of
does.
6 there,
That thing
doesn't he?
handles great.
Handles
He's driving well.
Yeah, unbelievable for his lighter weight rear end as you got on a pickup truck for it to do that. Now, they've got another tough area. When they turn to come back up the hill right there, that's a pretty tight turn also. We can't see that from our vantage point here, but that's a pretty tight turn.
I've never driven the short course.
A good shot right now from our drone of all of the vehicles. Boy, that's a sharp look. Is that a Miata?
Yep, that's a Miata with the Le Mans paint job. Well, that truck sounds great, doesn't it?
It does.
I have to get me another one.
But you notice he lets off of it way before he gets to turn 1 because that is a treacherous area down there, and he's got to make sure he negotiates through there very well.
That's impressive.
Now, you know he's having fun in that thing. So I think he's going to change flags right now. Checkered flag's going to come out, so it'll be our final time through for these guys as they come around to end their session out today. We'll see probably another group of these coming out on the track. They don't put too many out there at one time.
Yeah, they're going to space them out. I think 3 or 4 cars on track at a time.
This is time attack drivers are out there. That means they're just racing against their own time to see which how they can better themselves as they go along through the day. Kind of like just a practice round. Get out there and practice and see what you can do. So checkered flag is out right now as we end the day. Jason Owen in the 56 comes by. We'll see the rest of this group coming by right now. Drone sitting right there on top of the flag stand almost. That's interesting to watch.
Ooh.
That was Bobby Allen coming by in his truck.
Okay. 114s, man. He's 15 seconds. He's right up there with everybody else.
Wow. And he's in a truck. That's
I know.
pretty impressive.
It's like a little brick.
So we talked about square body trucks. You know, we were talking about the square body Chevys. When they started doing the more aerodynamic trucks, did that really make a difference in fuel economy or in handling? Can you tell that on a highway running highway speeds?
It probably minutia, on that end of it. I think the efficiency really came with fuel injection.
Yeah.
On that end of it. But I love the square bodies. They're super popular. Even these little S10s.
Yeah.
We built a later model, which is the curvy, the new body style S10 with an LS 6.2 in it. I couldn't give the thing away. We couldn't
Really?
sell it at all. No one wanted it.
Why?
But these little ones with the square body style on the S10, throw a regular V8 in there, and it's gone in days.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, there's a whole square body group out there. There's Facebook pages and groups of people that are in the Chevy square bodies. That's a big deal still.
Yeah, we buy everyone we can.
Yeah.
You guys want a square body, contact me at Muscle Car Jr. That's us.
How about that? You got square bodies. That's good.
Oh, we're always looking. Right now, the toughest part of the car business is finding cars to sell.
Yeah. I had I had a 74, then I had an 85 GMC, which was a square body. All those things were great cars back in the day.
That was a great shot of the autocross.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on down there today. We've been hearing those cars screech out as they go through the autocross. There goes another one right now.
Let's watch this one. This is a lot of fun.
Almost looks like a video game, doesn't it?
Yep. Now you're going down here, and it transitions onto the skid pad. And I've never done a 560 on an autocross course before. You get down here, we're getting into the skid pad. You're going to do 2 laps around here if you're watching this drone footage.
So he goes through there twice.
Yeah, go back around. And there we go.
Then he comes out the backside, yeah.
And, autocross is a great way to learn car control, and low impact most of the time. Very little breakage and inexpensive to do.
I've run a couple of those autocross courses. Chevrolet sponsored one that we did at Road Atlanta, and then Ford sponsored one that we did at Atlanta Motor Speedway back when they had the road course inside there. A lot of fun to do, just interesting.
That was one of my favorite Rovals. Look at these old.
Yeah, old C10s as he brings it down. That green one, man, that looks like a rat rod almost, doesn't it? Now, they do require him to wear a helmet, obviously.
Yes.
A little bit of racing stuff. Racing suit, is that required?
Yep. No, not in these. But let's watch this green one. This cat can drive.
Now, that's a Ford.
No, that's a Chevy too.
Is that a Chevy?
Yep.
What model is that? That's got to
don't
be
know.
a late 50s?
No, it looks like a 61, 62.
Okay, early
63.
60s model. Because the 63, I recognize that one.
It's an OSB. They call it the old style body, but it's a great looking truck. I mean, you need to go check that one up close.
Now, what year model are we looking there? In that
I'm
green
going
one?
to say probably 89, 90, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so somewhere in the 90s
Yeah.
or almost 90. I got you. What else we got out there right now?
We got a nice, it looks like a Subaru WRX.
Is that a Camaro?
Yep, that's Tanner Dutton. He's a real good wheel man, great drag racer, and definitely got into his autocrossing.
Good-looking Camaro. Look at that spoiler on that thing. Man,
Yep, he just did a hill climb, I think, a week or two ago. Let's watch these times.
what hill climb did he go to? Do you remember?
I can't remember.
Of course, the Pikes Peak hill climb is the one that
This one was, I think, in North Carolina or South
Okay.
Carolina.
They have a Grandfather Mountain. Maybe it was something like that up there.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. I can't get over the control that these guys have with those light rear end trucks, still being able to keep those things from spinning out going through that hairpin turn.
Oh, I can't see the tan in there. He's in the black Camaro.
Now, here comes that Miata that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, getting lapped by the big truck.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna take him. What's he got in that truck, you think?
I don't know. There's a Turbo LS in there, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, that's a little more set up for racing. He's got roll bars in the back and so forth, so it looks like it's got a roll cage in that one.
Yeah. I first saw that car at Atlanta Dragway. I was stunned at the workmanship. It was just so beautiful.
So now you think about drag cars not really having much handling perspectives to them. Obviously, when you're on a road course like this, you got to have a lot more handling built in than you do on a straight line.
I think the Good Guys series did a lot about that, with the car shows that they had, started with street rods, and they started having autocrosses at their events, and it just turned on a lot of drag races and people who were tired of just showing their car and getting involved in actual, motorsport.
Sounded like he's got a late model engine in that thing.
It
Man,
does.
that thing sounds mean when he comes by in that big green truck.
I mean, that thing's so sanitary underneath, it's unbelievable.
I bet
that
so.
truck is. Oh, my God. Yeah, where do you hear this thing? He was running 10s or in that in Atlanta on a drag strip.
Now listen to that. That's got a whole different sound than everybody else on the track.
Tanner and that Camaro looks a lot like Gene Felton's old big block or
There was a driver from Dahlonega, Doug Kinnemer, drove a Camaro just like that one, blue and gold. It was my favorite car growing up to watch. Man, I just felt like I had a kindred spirit with that car of Doug Kinnemer's. I always felt like that was my dream car, that Camaro with the blue and the gold numerals. Oh, got the C10 has spun coming off turn number 1 over there. We got the other green Chevy that spun over there. So they changed from the C10 to the Silverado. I guess that would be considered a Silverado. At some point, that name kind of changed and the designation for Chevrolet changed.
Yeah, they went to C1500. The 10 was a 1 ton. I mean,
3/4 ton.
The 1,000-pound.
Yeah, that was a half ton.
Half
yeah,
ton.
yeah.
And then they went to the 1500, and so I think the designation on that is the one. The Ford had the F-150, went from the F-100. I think Chevy went to the 1500. C1500.
Yeah, they changed that to the Silverado then at that time. Yeah.
I love this. I like these Gen 2 Camaros. They're really good looking. Too.
Yeah, they are.
Make a nice looking race car.
82, Gen 2 started about 82. What was the
Gen 2 started 74?
74, okay, because that was about a 76 looking model
you
there.
can tell by the back window. If you look at the back window of those, if they have a flat back window, they're 74s. I think in 76 they went to a where you can see a more curved back window.
I believe we got another Camaro coming
Yep.
down the line right there too.
They're running out of the same paddock.
When we had when the Firebird was a big deal, you had to look at a specific area on the car to determine if it was a Pontiac Firebird or a Chevy Camaro.
Like, look at the back window of this. See how the back window of that Camaro goes down? I don't know if the cutoff year is 74 or 75 for that.
Gotcha. So the Miatas, is this one that would fit in our Spec Miata class, a 90s model or so, or is it a little later?
Now they're running all the way, I think, to 2006 in the Spec Miatas.
Okay.
Just
so that would encompass that car.
Yep, definitely.
Now, when did the Z28, when did the Z cars come into play? What year models did they start determining Z28s and those kind of things?
67 was the first Z28.
Really?
Yep, and that was built especially for SCCA homologation of the Trans Am series. Trans Am had to be under 5 liters, which was 305 cubic inches or smaller. You were allowed to stroke up. You weren't allowed to de-stroke at that time.
I don't know if in that era, I always thought the 305 was like the worst engine ever built. Those were horrible engines as far as I was concerned for passenger cars. But was the 305 a good engine?
Not for, wasn't developed for racing, and they were more of a response to the gas crisis on that. But for SCCA racing.
Yet 302 was a Haas.
Yeah.
Great engine, yeah.
Ford and Chevy.
Right. Yeah,
you know, they really were, but they were developed directly for what was originally the Trans Am series, which was limited to 305 cubic inch.
You mentioned 327s earlier. That was a great engine, that 327. Matter of fact, it was such a strong engine that they were outlawed in dirt track racing. You could run back in the day it was a 283, but you couldn't run a 327. That was an outlawed engine back in the day. Yeah. And the 351 Windsor was allowed, but the 351 Cleveland was not allowed. So a little bit of difference.
The heads on the Cleveland were just huge compared to it. But when you're talking about technology, you're looking at that, the LS motors that are probably in all these trucks. Look at that.
Look at him going. Well, he's not passing him, but he's available to go by. Yeah. There he goes.
I believe that's a turbocharged car.
He's got something in there, man. Yeah. That thing is moving. But again, the secret to that is the handling to keep that lightweight rear end from turning around on you.
Oh, the technology in those cars are incredible. I mean, the builds are just super sanitary. They do a great job.
So what do they change? What do they do to make this a race vehicle over a passenger car?
That thing, everything. I mean, we need to take a walk in the paddock after and take a look at that.
Do they put racing gear, rear ends, all that in them?
Coilovers, I'm
really?
sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Whole deal. That makes the suspension and everything different in those cars, or trucks, vehicles. I know when I first started announcing for the truck series, we had a jar, and every time we said car instead of truck, we'd have to put $1 in the jar. It was really easy to start calling them trucks back in those days because of that situation.
That thing's hauling the mail.
Both
of they are, really.
Both of them come by the checkered flag, so that's going to do it for them. That'll end the afternoon for those drivers, at least a portion of the afternoon. They'll probably be back a little later. We'll have, I don't know, I think that's the last group of these coming out, correct? Was that their 10 laps, and they'll have 2 laps following this also?
No, I think that was their 2 laps.
That was their 2 laps, okay. Okay, that was the open practice round, so they'll go back to a green-white checker. They'll have 2 more laps. They'll come out for green-white checker in just a moment. And then, of course, we'll start back around with our Spec Miatas again after this. Now, during this, I don't know, call it cool-down period, rest period, whatever you want to call it, do they make any adjustments, or do they just bring them in and go straight up with what they had?
Traditionally, you go back out with what you had. Now, that was a 10-minute warm-up. They're going to do the green-white checker now for this group.
Okay, do they stay on track and come immediately back under green, or do they take a period to come down pit lane? Right now, we can't see. They're coming down pit lane. Okay, we got them coming down the pit area. So they'll be coming down in
Yeah.
just a moment. They'll be going back out. Still got the old wooden bed in there. I remember that from the old 62s and 63s with the wooden bed in them. And there's a Miata coming by.
Now we have some numbers to go by.
That Camaro,
It
look
looks
at that.
like a late model, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does. With the big wide tires and everything, just looks like a late model car. Back in the day, saw many of those race at Lanier that looked just like that.
I love that look. I really do.
Yeah, he's got the racing fuel tank and the whole deal in that one.
The trans or oil cooler in the
Yeah.
back.
And he's got a racing fuel tank in his as well. And it looks like even may have a wet sump in there. I don't know. So a lot of racing parts in those vehicles. So the autocross, how many times do they go through that?
I think that the idea was try to get 5 runs today.
5 runs, okay.
Yep, and some practice runs prior. There's a big group of guys. I mean, there's quite a few.
Now, are these is this a traveling group? Do they go from track to track to track, or we just show up here at this particular venue today?
I think today what we're doing, or what Will's got planned, is that we're going to do a series and have it here hopefully every month.
Really? Wow. They redid the skid pad in the off-season year before last, made that a little different, a little better down there. So that skid pad's one of the coolest places anywhere around to be able to test your car out and test your abilities and learn to drive.
No, and that's really the thing where autocross, being a low-impact sport, and it teaches you car control. If you want to bring it to the next level, then we go to time attack, and after that, we go into wheel-wheel racing. But a lot of guys jump right into wheel-wheel racing, and they're wide-eyed, they're doe-eyed. They don't know what's going on. They still don't know how to handle their car, and trying to learn car control and racecraft at the same time is something hard to do.
Well, now look, that cars looks like coming back out on track now. Have you been to the Bobby Orr stunt driving classes up here? Have you seen any of those?
I've seen it, but I haven't done it.
I want to see
like
those. I want to come up one day and watch those guys. They always fascinate me as to what they can teach people how to do and how they actually execute those tricks and skills that they have. So we got cars coming back out onto the track. This will be for their 2 laps that's actually going to be timed. The first 10 minutes or so were practice, so we'll get them back out there right now and see what they can pull off. So they'll be coming by to get the green, and we'll get 2 good laps from each of these drivers.
I'm interested to see what this black Camaro can do.
Yeah, he looks pretty racy, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
So the Camaro comes by, he will get the green. They're still releasing vehicles down there, so we got a lot of cars coming out on the track, and they're just trying to space them out as evenly as they can. I believe we've got as many cars as they're going to put on the track right now. I don't see them releasing anyone else at the moment, so holding forth a little bit with these drivers.
Camaro's already catching.
Yeah, he's moving on, isn't he?
Now notice the back window of this one. See?
Yeah, he doesn't wrap as far around.
Yep.
And he's going to catch him right here before they get down to that turn that comes back up. Man, he is moving on going down that hill.
Oh, yeah.
That's about at the point where he's going to have to make the turn and come back up.
Here we go.
Yeah, there he comes through the cutoff. Coming back up through there, heading into turn 16 already.
He's got a tidy line.
Yeah, he doesn't come through with the force off 16 because he's still accelerating at that point, and then he'll have a chance to come by. So he is on his white flag lap right now, heading down over to turn 2. Good shot you see there. There's our leader going up through the S's, getting ready to go through the carousel. Comes by the tower turn, drifts out a little wide there instead of keeping it right down at the line. But he'll come off with some momentum coming down the hill for sure. Down into turn number 6, we're keeping our eye on that Camaro at the moment. He is he was the first one out, so he's the leader of this group. He's actually passed a couple of vehicles that came out after him, but that car is heading it down into the cutoff area. Let's watch him as he goes through there. He'll go through turn number 8, down into 9. Then he'll have to slow it way down and come through the cutoff. That is another one of those long turns, and just about the time you get to the apex of the turn, you got to turn back once again. There's no real straightaway there in that spot, even though it looks like it might be a straightaway. Coming down finally, takes the checkered flag, and that's going to do it for the Camaro. I think the next one out is the Miata. I believe he was the second one to release, and I believe he's going to be coming down the line here in a moment. I'm not sure. We may have another one before the Miata. Was the Camaro that far ahead? Wow. Now he is just now taking the white flag.
Spec Miatas to the grid. Spec Miatas to the grid, please.
Attention all drivers in Spec Miata. We need you at the grid now. All Spec Miata drivers to the grid. Meanwhile, checkered flag is about to fly. I believe our Miata is coming by. That's the brightly colored Miata. You call that a Sebring? What did you call that?
That was the Le Mans winning paint job.
Le Mans paint job. Okay,
Yep.
There it is. Coming by now, the checkered flag out for that Miata.
Well, Mazda won. I think the one and only Le Mans victory in the Rotary. That was the color scheme.
Oh, really? So what happened to all those rotary engines? Are they to the junkyard, or somebody redoing those and selling them now as vintage racing engines?
Oh, they're coveted.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And my complex.
Can you run them anywhere?
Oh, yeah. There's probably 20 of them at Road Atlanta right now.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. 3 spark plugs?
Yeah. No, some 3 rotor cars. I happened upon a collection in Buford. I went in for a local shop to have some work done. And as looking for the men's room, he turned me on to where it was. And as I walked through it, all of a sudden I see all these Mazda race cars from Race Cars Past, rotary powered ones, probably 25 in a row. And it was someone who collected them, who happened to be in the building and passed away, so the family still had them.
Can I have your attention, please? Your attention, please. If you were in the time attack race and you haven't returned your transponders, please do so now. We need all transponders returned. If you were in time attack, let's please return those transponders. Thank you. Once again, Spec Miatas, you need to be to the grid, please. Spec Miatas to the grid. Second group is coming out on the track right now. They're making their way out on the entrance road, so we'll be coming out for our next group as we get set for more of the time attack drivers to complete their afternoon. They're coming out for their 2-lap, I guess you call it sprint, 2-lap main course of the afternoon. So the Camaro's out first, and we'll start getting the rest of these out there. So we'll get them on the track. Get a green flag in a moment. 2 more laps to go for these drivers before we bring out Spec Miatas as we get them set to go once again. Good shot right there of one of our vehicles that's out here this afternoon. Man, that's a mean-looking machine. Good to see that one here on the racetrack. Getting ready to release the remaining vehicles. I think there's one more set to go, and I think that'll do it for this afternoon's group. Yeah, final vehicle coming out now. That's that red Chevy pickup being released. As you see some of the drivers making their way by, the green Chevy's back on track once again. He's the one we suspect has a late model engine in that thing. Man, it sounds mean. We'll check him out in just a moment. Green flag is out for these drivers as they make their way by. Remember, it'll be 2 laps from all of these drivers. They'll have an opportunity to showcase what they can do, see if they can beat their own clock as they make their way by for the first, second, and then the final time to the checkered flag. Here comes the green Chevy truck. Man, he has got a mighty engine, mighty power plant in that thing as he heads down toward turn number 1. He had an issue, spun it in turn 1. So I believe that was the other C10 that spun his green vehicle down there in turn 1 earlier on. I believe this guy's remained pretty steady in his, but he's got his truck over in turn number 4 right now. And Pete, that's the one we talked about, has such a mean sounding engine in that one.
Yeah, if you notice when it comes by, you'll see the exhaust in the bed. I believe that, I don't know if it's a twin turbo or single turbo on that, but that thing's just a sweet truck.
You know, I've watched late model trucks, NASCAR type trucks, and they've got a late model chassis and they've just got body panels over it. I'm not so sure that's not the situation here. He may have a late model chassis under that thing. Who knows?
I believe so. I mean, that thing is trick.
All right, we got white flag out for a couple of our drivers, and of course that red pickup just now getting the green flag as he starts his 2 laps. We'll see the green Chevy Silverado coming by here in just a moment and watch him as he makes his lap down. I think he's probably going to be one of the fastest vehicles here today, just simply because of the power that he's got. Listen to that thing go by. Man, that's a mean-sounding machine. He's down in turn 1. He negotiates it. Unlike what a pickup would, man, that's a good handling chassis, whatever he's got his setup under that.
And a real wheel man behind the wheel, too.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
This Camaro's getting it on, too.
Yeah, the Camaro's doing good. That's kind of a throwback look like we were talking about. Looks like one of the late model cars that we'd have seen at the track in the 90s or early 2000s. We'd seen a proliferation of those cars. Half the field would have been looking just like that.
Exactly.
Listen to him take off, man. That's a mean sound in that Chevy. All right, we'll come by. Checkered flag will be out this time for the Camaro and also for that green Chevy Silverado. I believe, yeah, the checkered flag's out for the Camaro. And let's see who shows up as a name on that one. Did not see the name pop up for that particular vehicle. Here comes the red Chevy. He's going to get the white flag. He's got one more lap to go. Green Chevy gets the checkered. That'll do it for him. And he flies down past the checkered flag to end up his 2 laps of racing. I'm surprised he didn't upset the drone that's sitting above him there. I was talking to one of my drivers at one of the dirt tracks, and they had a drone, and the drone operator was trying to see how low he could get over the cars before the spoiler upset him. And he was right down on top of it. And I talked to the driver of the car later who was leading the race. And I said, what did you think whenever you saw that drone? He said, I ducked. He said, actually in a race car, I thought I was going to hit it, and I ducked. It was so close to my car. But he got it within like 2 feet, and the spoiler didn't upset the drone. Pretty amazing.
I hope somebody's getting pictures of these trucks on the road course, because that's something.
Now the red Chevy that you see there has got one more lap, or he's finishing up his lap. Green one's already finished. He's on a cool-down lap right now. That is you talked about that being a mean machine. You see him at drag races often. That is one more tough machine right there.
Yeah, I think when we saw him, he was running low 10s, right? The last race at Atlanta Dragway, that was that green truck across.
So what kind of miles per hour is that?
In that, probably 120.
120 or so?
125.
Man. Moving on. All
maybe,
right,
maybe
there's
faster.
Big old C10, the big old red Chevy finishes up his run. We got a couple of more cars, I think, that are still out. They may be on their cool-down lap right now. I think we got maybe, I believe the red Chevy was the last one, so I think that's the last vehicle. So time has been completed for them. So next thing up is Miatas. They'll be going down. We'll release them in just a moment as we get our Spec Miatas ready to go for the final race for them this afternoon. And then, of course, we've got Radical cars following on that as well. Well, we got Miatas back on the track right now. Miatas coming out, Spec Miatas, as we get set to go racing with them. Pete, we've seen these drivers out on the track once before today. I guess the big story of this race is Blake Fabiani coming back from the rear and then having to go to the rear a couple of more times and come back up, taking a third-place finish, passed more cars than anybody on the racetrack. And, of course, we talked about his woes with his engine all week long into the wee hours of the morning this morning to get that car ready to go. So I think a lot of eyes are going to be on him right now.
Mine certainly are. I think it's going to be a great race up front.
Jose Garcia, of course, the winner. He and Keith Williamson battled hard during that first race. Williamson actually got the lead away from Jose for a portion of that race. Then Jose was able to come back and get around him and take the top spot once again. So those top three drivers all have a lot of experience at this racetrack. It'll be interesting to see them go. They'll come off turn 16 in a moment, and we'll get the green flag to get this Spec Miata 20-minute race underway. We'll see how many laps they get in. That first lap was marred by a little bit of a caution period. We had one car that went off track and had to be, the driver just had to put it on a rollback to bring it back in. But hopefully we won't have that happen this race. We'll see everybody working their way through. Again, Fabiani, not sure exactly what happened, but we would see him come by in third or fourth place, then all of a sudden we'd see him at the tail of the field again. The red flag allowed him to be able to close back in earlier, and therefore he got a third-place finish. So let's watch them as they go down to turn number 1. It's Keith Williamson leading the way. Williamson leading the way right now as they go into turn 1. But look at this. Jose Garcia looked down to the inside. He was able to pull away. So Jose now is up front. When I say pull away, I mean he pulled up alongside Williamson and got in front. He's not really pulling away from the field as yet. But Garcia leads Williamson and Fabiani up into turn number 4. Bill Kring is in that group as well, and Oliver Piatek is back there. He is in that car, that 62 car. Now, he is I guess you'd say a recent convert from over at the kart track. We've watched him at the kart track for years, youngster in that car, and we're able to see him there. Man, I don't know if you caught that drone or not, but the drone was keeping up with those cars right at the same miles per hour going down that stretch. Pretty amazing to see how fast these drones are and how they can keep up with those cars going down there.
And these drone pilots are doing a great job keeping us abreast of the action.
Yeah, we don't always mention them, but, man, they add so much to this track by being able to see into the far reaches that we don't have wired cameras for. The drones do a great job there. And our drones have been the donors for our pole cams. We've had a couple of those that have crashed over the years, and pole cam 1 was a result of one of the drone crashes. Pole cam 2 was one of those also, and truck cam was also another one. Look at this battle right here. Whoa. Williamson looking outside. Man, he's going to try to make the move on Jose as they go down to turn 1. Garcia's in the on the brakes, and he gets that lead off of turn number 1, so he stays there. But Oliver Piatek looking to the inside right now. He's trying to make a move on Bill Kring as they head up into turn number 2. That's a little bit of a kind of a gentle S, I guess you'd say. The S is coming off turn number 1. But Garcia, Williamson, and Fabiani are the top 3 cars as they make their way down the hill. Piatek's got an inside move going right there. He's going to get by Bill Kring. And that is the 37 car. That is not Kring. Bill Kring and Bill Miller both not out there in this race. We're expecting them to be out there from the first race, but they're not out there right now. So drivers are making their way down through the back section of the race course right now, and that is the areas off down in turns 10 through turn 14. Well, actually, through turn 15. We can start seeing them again in 16 and 17 when they come up. We can see a little bit of them as they head over to turn 9, just that little portion of the race track there. But we'll see them once again when they make their appearance off turn 17 and come down this long front straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They come off 17 right now. Here they come. It's still Williamson. He looked to the inside of Jose that time, then went back to the outside. Once again, there's our friend Blake Fabiani trying to see if he can work his way up. Yeah, Fabiani looks like he's got about a third-place car. He's not able to deal with those guys up front, at least not right now, but I'm sure he's pretty happy to at least have a third-place car, be on the racetrack today.
If I was Fabiani, I'd just let those guys battle, use their tires up, and save mine for the end.
You know, that's exactly what happened with Chris Hune and Raiden Nickel in the earlier race. Hune just bided his time for the Radicals and hung in there, and then all of a sudden was able to claim the lead there at the end. That may be the same thing that's going to happen to Miatas today.
You know, the drafting in these cars is very, very important.
Really?
Believe it or not. Even, you know, you don't think the speeds are great, but there's certainly a lot of drafting to be had. Keeping nice and tidy behind the car in front of you.
So now, does it make a difference on the straightaways, or does it also make a difference in the turns?
On the straightaways.
Oh, just on straightaways, okay.
I mean, a two-car bump draft could be like a tandem at Talladega. Just take off and run away from the pack if they work together. But, you know.
Well, we've got two pretty good-sized straightaways here. You have to consider coming out of turn 6 going into 8. There's a little bit of a turn there and a little hill, but that's basically one of the long straightaways. And, of course, this long straightaway that has pretty much the same elevation down the front here, that's where they can reach speeds 120, 130 miles an hour easily. And here they come down that long straightaway right now. Williamson still on the gas. Look at those guys flying down there into turn number 1. Now, I noticed that they start to slow down about start-finish lines where they start to break a little bit heading into turn 1. It's quite a distance away, but turn 1 is so treacherous with being a 130-degree turn or whatever it is. It's greater than 90 degrees, certainly.
Well, there's no mistakes to be had there. You know, you make a mistake, you're in the kitty litter.
Yeah, we've seen so many guys go off in the sand over there till it's a problem. I was announcing a race at Road Atlanta whenever we had a cornfield out there, and a guy told me he got in the corn one day, and he said he was still getting corn kernels out of that car years later. He was finding them in the roll bars and all kinds of places. That was many, many years ago at Road Atlanta when they had a cornfield outside of one of the turns. So there you see Jose Garcia, still our race leader, with Keith Williamson in second and Blake Fabiani back in third. Oliver Piatek running in fourth right now. So they continue to head around. We are probably 6 or 7 minutes into this particular 20-minute race, so we'll find out in just a moment how much longer we've got to go. See some action over at the kart track. Matter of fact, they're having to tow one of the karts right now. We'll be at the kart track next week. It'll be great to get see all of our kart friends back over there again next Saturday as the karting season starts to kick off here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Here comes Jose Garcia and Keith Williamson. They are tied pretty closely together. Williamson, man, he is just not letting Jose get away with much. He's right on him as they go down to turn number 1. Williamson looks to the inside, but Jose guards that inside so much. Williamson cannot get a run on him to the inside. Fabiani still back in third, but those two guys up front, they're pedaling hard for everything it's worth.
They got to break away now.
Yeah, they're trying to break away from Fabiani and the rest of this group, and don't look now, but Oliver Piatek is closing in on Fabiani. Meanwhile, it is Williamson. He is right on the bumper of Jose coming down off turn number 4 and trying to work into turn 6. This is where there's a possibility of passing. Can Williamson outbrake him? Can he cut underneath? No. Man, it's still Garcia out front.
Williamson's lap times are a little faster than Garcia's.
I don't know how he can't seem to get by, but Jose guards this track so much. He knows it so well. Like he said, he was here when it was a dirt track. He was here before it was even paved. He's been around this track for a long time and certainly spends a lot of time on this track, both in go-karts and in cars, learning every aspect of this racetrack. You talk about racing with on computer nowadays, iRacing, that kind of thing. Do they have a road course? Does this road course set up to iRace as well?
Atlanta Motorsports
Yeah.
Park? I don't know. Well,
I haven't heard if it is or not.
is this on iRacing?
Is this set up on iRacing, Atlanta Motorsports Park? Okay. Nobody's plotted the track out for that yet. I know they've done a lot of tracks.
Well,
I know.
No, he should stay in this draft till the very end.
Okay, so he stays right behind Jose, then pulls out to try to make something happen right at the end, right?
Yep.
So if that's the case, they have a draft going on between the two of them, but Fabiani has lost that draft.
Yep.
from
He's
them.
bumping a little bit, and that's just giving him even more speed.
So he's not letting him know he's there. He's actually speeding both of them up.
Exactly.
Well, you try to get it in the corner a little bit there, too.
I'd loosen him up a little bit. Because if you're racing each other every week, you got to have some kind of agreement going on.
Probably so, yeah. Oh, look at this. Williamson down to the inside. He's trying to make the move. Can he get by him? He's got a little bit of an advantage.
Oh, look at that.
But, man, Jose's got the momentum on the outside of that turn, and so he's able to still overtake him as they head down to turn number 7.
He's a little side drafting.
Yeah, a little trying to slow him down with a little side draft. There you see him as they head down to turn number 10. It's still Williamson doing everything he can. Man, they've got to be enjoying themselves. I think Jose's probably enjoying this more than Williamson right now, but they've got to be enjoying themselves.
I don't know. Being the chase car, to lead as consistently as Garcia is, it takes a lot of skill and calmness, mental toughness to keep that pace up and not make mistakes. And it doesn't look like he's making many mistakes, but being the chase car so close to that is a lot of fun.
Well, you can see Keith closing in on him. When he got these wide sweeping turns, his car handles so well. They'll bring it off 17 right now, and here you see him once again. As you mentioned, he's tucking in line to the last minute. Then he looks to the outside to try to see if he can set up a good entry into the turn number 1 area.
Yeah, I think that's where he's losing it.
Yeah, he always seems to get him, and he can even tap him a little bit in this area of the track right here, but he gets too wide coming off turn 1 and just can't seem to hang with him.
That's where our earlier discussion of cornering speed versus exit speed comes in.
Right. So last time, Williamson was able to sneak ahead just a little bit for a moment down to the inside of Garcia right here at this spot on the racetrack. This time, not so much. Jose's got complete control of that corner this time. And Piatek closing in on Fabiani. That we've been watching for the last few laps as Oliver, in his first race here at the big track, closing in now on a regular Blake Fabiani.
Piatek seems to be on an OPM car, and they're out of Cumming, Georgia. I ran under their stable for a number of years. They have some well-prepared cars.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Matt Snyder's the driver of that 37 car. He's the one that Piatek got around a little earlier in this race. Right now, there's your leaders. They're heading off into turn 14, and that is Jose Garcia and Keith Williamson. Now, Williamson, I don't know if he's backed off or if Jose's just gotten that much faster, but Keith is not up there pressuring Jose like he was earlier. We're coming up on the halfway point of this race.
Down to 10 thousandths of a second on a lap time.
Yeah, Williamson closes in a little bit, but he's not close enough to make anything happen this time. But, man, he goes way wide trying to get into turn number 1.
Maybe do the undercut. Here we go.
Yeah, he's got some momentum this time. I think that may have worked. He's gotten right up on the back of Jose as they work into turn 2. Just those slight S's there in turn 2 and 3. Garcia's up around the bend. Old Creedence Clearwater song there. How about that? Up around the bend. Here comes Williamson back on the attack once again as they come down into turn number 4. This is where Williamson once before got a little bit of an advantage, but can he do it this time? No, Garcia still right there on the spot.
Yeah, I think Williams is trying to rattle Garcia, and it doesn't look like it's happening.
You know, a couple of years back, they had a rule here where you could hang your left side tires off of the rumble strips, but you couldn't put your right side tires off. And there were a lot of penalties given for that particular thing at that point. Now the drivers have complete use of the track. They can go sideways on it if they need to.
We're getting really tight. I think Williamson's got a good run going on. Here we come out to the front straight. Williamson
trying to see what he can do with Jose. We're just past the halfway point. Actually, we've only got about almost 7 minutes left to go in this race right now as they top the hill over in turn 4.
Where Garcia seems to gap him a little bit.
You think Jose you think Williamson's kind of resting his car a little bit, going to come on strong at the end? You think that might be in his mind right now?
He's been trying different things. I'm watching his entry into 1 and where the car placement is, and he might be just searching around to see where he could poke that, plug that hole in the last lap or two.
Piatek's got a good race going on with Fabiani. They still are 3rd and 4th with Fabiani 3rd and Piatek 4th as they are still battling it out for that spot. Doesn't look like Oliver's closing in too much on Blake right now, but that's a good battle going on that we're watching right there in 2nd and 3rd position. Here you see the drivers making their way up the hill. In just a moment, they'll be coming off through turn 14, and we'll see our leaders coming off 17 here in just a few moments as our time starts to wind down. Just a little over 5 minutes now to go in this one for the Spec Miatas. Williamson closing in once again. You see that great drone shot there. Williamson closes in on the back of Garcia as they come off. He's looking to the outside a little earlier this time.
This is way too early, I think. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, he's making a move down to the inside. Maybe it was a good setup after all. Garcia trying to work on the outside. Oh, my. Still Jose in that silver car able to get by Williamson, or to hold him off. I shouldn't say he never really got by him, so he was just trying to hold him off down there. The fast drone is on the way over there to see if he can capture the action going with them side by side and right behind them. Downforce cars, we need you to the grid, please. All Radical cars, it's time to get to the grid area. All Radical cars, Downforce cars, we need you to grid now. Williamson trying to take a look to the inside once again. Garcia works that perfectly well as he comes off the rumble strips. There's the drone following. We'll check that out. Man, that looks like a video game, doesn't it? Drone right on the back of those cars as they head down to turn number, I don't know, we're 9, 10, wherever it is on there. Kind of lost track. There we go into 10 anyway.
Yeah, I see Garcia's got a gap on him right now, or maybe Williams was just hanging back.
Yeah, they're up around 13, heading down to turn 14. That's where we've got a flag stand down there in case they need to throw a partial course yellow or red at that point. So those let the drivers know what's going on. That's where we had that car in the trees a couple of years back.
I still can't believe that. That must have been a hairy ride.
We just saw the aftermath. We saw the car sitting up in the trees and try to scratch our heads how they're going to get that out of there.
Here's where Williamson comes on. He's in that draft. Now he's going for the inside. And I think if he late breaks him, he may be able to force him out.
Williamson got him. Oh, for the moment. Oh, and he loses the rear end. It wiggles just a little, and Jose is able to take it back over again. What a battle these guys have going on.
I'll tell you, people think, slow cars are slow cars, but no, they're so much fun because you can hang them out at 11/10.
Yeah, isn't that something?
You're driving. You're not driving 9/10 or 8/10. You're driving 12/10.
Yeah. Somebody asked Richard Petty one time when racing started, and he said when the second car rolled off the assembly line. So racing's been going on. Actually, the Duryea brothers, they built 2 cars, and the first race they were in, this was in Chicago area, the first race they were in, it took them like 3 days to complete a 12-mile race or something. Unbelievable how long it took them. They had to wait on a train to go by the train tracks. It was quite an interesting thing in the history of racing. Williamson trying to close in once again on Garcia. They come off turn number 13 right now, and laps are winding down because our time's winding down. It'll be about 2 minutes to go when they come back around next time. Once again, we need all downforce cars to grid. All downforce cars to grid, please.
And Williamson's continuously doing a 10th faster lap time than Garcia.
How can that be? And he continued to not get around him.
He just blows it in turn 1. I was trying the outside again. Maybe he'll do the crossover.
Jose still got him. And if we're on the last lap, white flag is out right now.
White flag's out.
So that's the last time they'll go through turn number 1. They head up into turn 3 right now. They're going into 4 with Garcia and Williamson, that is the class of the field. It's been that way all day. Williamson just not letting Jose get away from him, that's for sure. Great race going on for those two, and they come down to turn 6 for the final time.
Oh, time for the chrome horn.
Yeah, why not? Or in this case, the black horn on the front of that Mazda Miata. Williamson, boy, you see him sliding it in there. He's giving it everything he's got, but not enough to withstand what Jose's got under his hood and in his car. Another one of those great shots from the drone as it follows
fantastic.
it. Outstanding work from our drone operators today. Fabiani's pulled away from Piatek a little bit. Williamson trying to make the move. He cuts to the inside. You see him there in turn number 10 looking down low. Here they start to head up the hill, and that is around that big, from the Nuremberg ring, that big circle coming off turn number 12 and 13. Williamson just can't handle anything Garcia's got. It's pretty much smooth sailing from this point on unless something just really malfunctions on Jose's car. Williamson closing in.
Ooh.
Look at him. Look at this. He's got a run going. Keith Williamson going to make something out of it here as we get to the end. Williamson's got the lead. Can you believe this?
Oh, my God.
Keith Williamson in the last 2 turns after we had written him off.
Fantastic.
Gets the win. Congratulations to Keith Williamson. Boy, he's going to be a happy boy when we talk to him in Victory Lane in a few minutes. But Williamson saves his car till the end and somehow negotiates around Jose Garcia. Wow.
What a run. That was awesome.
Unbelievable. And did it in turns 15, 16, 17, where the most unlikely place to get the lead from somebody.
Exactly.
Wow.
Garcia was so strong in those spots, just pulling away from him.
Yeah.
It seemed like Williamson would catch him on the by the flag stand and just made that move. Had enough tire to do it.
Fantastic end to this race. Fabiani hung on for 3rd place, so for him, he just finished. As I was talking to him earlier today, I said, if you just finish the race, you're going to be happy. And he said, yes. So he's got to be pretty happy with a 3rd place finish in today's race. A podium finish after thinking at 3 o'clock this morning he wasn't going to be racing at all. So we'll head down to get an interview in just a few moments with Keith Williamson, our winner. How cool is that? We got downforce cars coming out in just a few moments. They'll be out on the racetrack. Won't be long. We'll take the safety crew around and check the track to make sure there's no kind of an issue on the racetrack, and then downforce cars will be heading out. Historics, they'll still be coming up, I think. They've still got another race going on as well.
I believe they do. That was a exciting finish, wasn't it?
It was unbelievable finish. I just didn't think Keith Williamson had it in him today. He seemed like he kept losing it over in turn 1. And of all places, 15, 16, 17 were the key to him getting the victory. We saw him on the drone. We saw him down in the lower reaches of the track, down in the lowest area, starting to make the move. He got to the inside, and I don't know about you, but I thought, there's no way. There's no way in this turn he's going to go for it. And all of a sudden he did. Wow.
He maybe shot Garcia a little bit. Didn't expect him to see him there.
I got a feeling Jose, when he went by, went, what the heck was that? Yeah.
It was supercharged.
Good racing. And for those that are here watching and don't have the option of seeing it on the screen, got to wonder where in the world this took place. But it happened in 15 and 16.
That's the fun of this class. Spec Miata, if you're in the front, you're in the back, there's always somebody to race with. You're having a good time.
We're heading down to see if we can get a word with Keith Williamson. He'll be climbing out of the car here in a moment. They're going through a little bit of a tech down there on the pit road area, so we'll be bringing them in just a moment into the paddock, and we'll get a conversation with Keith Williamson. He's firing off the line there for just a moment, so we'll get him into the confines of the paddock and find out a little bit about his perspective of what happened today. That is pretty cool for Keith Williamson to get the win. I got a feeling this is going to be an interesting conversation. So he'll be climbing out of the car here in just a second. Looks like he got the Firebird emblem on the front of that car.
They're ready for the interview.
Okay, we're ready to go down to the interview, so let's go down. I believe Steve's going to handle this one. Let's go down there and find out what Keith Williamson's got to say. This will be interesting.
Well, guys, we are about to hear from Keith himself on that last lap pass. Let's let him crawl out of the car real fast. Mr. Keith, I got to know, how did you do that? Jose was dominating that race the entire time.
The fast part where I could close on him the best was coming out of 15, but I couldn't get it make a pass down there. So I got inside of him on 15. We touched, and but neither of us spun and got the pass to stick. So.
Well, that was some pretty impressive racing. We're going to talk to Jose, too, in just a second, get his side of the story.
He's not upset about it, but
I don't think he'll be upset.
like there was a car width of space there.
Now, you guys were back and forth the entire race. Did you have any strategy going against Jose in the final?
Other than passing. I tried everything I could down at turn 1. I just couldn't get it to work. And so I had to find someplace else. And that's where I was the fastest compared to him. Was coming through 14, 15.
All right, guys. So in just a second, we're going to talk to Jose.
Yeah, Steve's down there. He'll be talking to Jose in just a moment. Keith got that pass in turn 15. It was great to watch that. We got to see it from the drone shot down there as he and Jose just momentarily got together, and he was able to get the lead away. And like you say, didn't have anything for him in turn number 1. But 14, 15, 16, especially that 15-16 combination, seemed to be the one that worked well for him. Sure enough, that's where he got the victory. That's where he got the pass and led him to the checkered flag. So Steve's down with Jose Garcia right now. Let's see if we can get a word with our second-place finisher, Jose Garcia.
All right, guys, I'm here with Jose Garcia. He led the race majority of the time, and a little something happened there on the last lap. Jose, can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, Keith made a great move. Totally surprised me. I didn't think that was possible. He had a great run. He had a good draft on me. So that was the repetitive theme. I just wasn't careful enough to protect the outside there on that turn. I have seemed to protect everywhere else, and then he found a window and he got it. I think it was a beautiful pass.
So you were telling me in the pre-final here that you were having some issues. Your car kept cutting off, and we didn't get that on the last interview. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Did that happen on the final?
Luckily, it didn't. I think it's a temperature-sensitive issue. It cut off 4 times on the first race. Luckily, it happened at the right time on the braking zone and downhill, or had momentum. Normally, you don't get away with that. So I know he was waiting for that to happen and ready in case it happened because it's not safe. I told him he's aware of it, but I can't use that as an excuse. He beat me fair and square in a pass.
All right, guys. Well, you heard from Jose. That was fair and square. Back up to you.
Yeah, Jose, we watched as he went into 14. Actually, we were talking about it, Pete, and we said that it probably surprised Jose, and that's what he said. He said, I wasn't expecting it, and all of a sudden I looked, and there he was. Wasn't expecting that pass in turn 15. But that's where Keith's car seemed to be working best all afternoon long, and he was able to make the pass on the last lap, create a little bit of excitement here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, that was fun to watch.
We got the downforce cars on the track right now. Chris Hune was our leader and our winner in that whenever they came by in the pre-final. It was Rayton Nickel who finished in second spot right now. That's the way they line up on the grid right now, followed by all of the other cars as we get set to go racing with the downforce cars. Those are the Radical cars. They'll be coming by in just a moment, and we will get the green flag, I think, next time by. Rachel Hyland is out in the safety car, so she will bring them by one more time, and we'll get set to go racing with our drivers in the downforce cars. I think I called her Rachel Hyland, Rachel Hyler. I don't know why I got Hyland in there. Must be thinking about going to the mountains this afternoon.
Let's do it.
So Chris Hume's going to line up on the inside, and on the outside it'll be the Rayton Nickel car. Rayton's in that green striped number 93 car. Rest of our field includes the Folgers. Greg Folger is in the 29. Pete is in the 77. William Layton is in the 3 car. David Mason in the 28. The 121 is Mike Pasco. Andrew Nagy is in the 78. And Aaron Smith in the 83. I'm not sure Aaron is out there. We'll have to check that when the cars make their way by. So Rachel is bringing them by one more time. And she'll pull off into the pit lane in just a moment. We'll get these guys ready to go green for 20 minutes for our drivers in the downforce cars. Again, these are SR3s, SR1s. SR1s were the first group of these that they made. These are made in Great Britain. Where are these made? Germany? I forgot.
In England.
England, yeah, they're made in England and assembled. Many of them assembled here. They're brought over to the United States and assembled here, and so we'll be watching these SR1s and SR3s. A couple of these cars are SR3s, which is the later version of these. And we were talking earlier with some of the guys in the Primal racing school here, Primal division, that they build the cars and market them here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they were saying that Radon Nickel took one of these to Road Atlanta recently, an SR10, which is a much greater version of these, and the SR10 is capable of a lot more miles per hour. I said he's running about 170 in that back straightaway area there through the S's in the back straightaway at Atlanta, at Road Atlanta. That's pretty hefty.
That's fast. It's faster than anything, especially in an open wheel car.
I asked them, were they comfortable with him running their car like that? They said they cringed a little bit, especially when they were running in the rain over there, just after the rain. A little bit tough for them. Got it ready for a green flag to come out. Let's check the drivers out as they come by this time. We're ready to get green and get them underway. Green flag is out. Let's take them down to turn number 1. Radon Nickel led the early part of this race last time with Chris Hune getting the advantage. Now it's Hune on the front. Let's see what Radon can do. Radon takes the early advantage from Hune as they get off turn number 1, so put Nickel back up front. Radon in the 93 car. He's got the green stripes on there, so we can tell him as he goes off of turn number 4. Down the carousel, it's Nickel, your leader. Chris Hune back in second spot. Remember now, Hune was able to get by Radon toward the end of the race. I don't know if that's going to be the case today or not, but we'll find out in a little while as this race winds down. It'll be 20 minutes. We're on the clock right now, and we've already got about a minute in the books so far. Radon Nickel, your leader. Chris Hune in second. It's Pete Folger did have third spot with Greg Folger in fourth. That's the 77 and the 29 cars, respectively.
It looks like Folger's staying with them.
Folger's doing a good job of hanging in there to the top spots, not letting them get away too much. They've got about a 3-car breakaway. Actually, the top 2 cars breaking away a little bit. Folger kind of all in the middle by himself right now in that third spot as they head off turn 14. Work their way up the hill. It's a pretty massive hill they have to come up there. You can't really see the elevation change on camera, but it's from the very lowest point of the racetrack up to this level, the tower level or the front straightaway level. Then they go back down into turn 1. They'll dip a little bit there, go up the hill to turn 2, down to turn 3, and then the highest point on the racetrack is over in turn number 4 at the carousel turn.
It looks like it takes a little while for Hune's car to come in.
Good shot from our camera over at the water tank, over at the tower. Boy, Hune is just really right there, ready to pounce in case Radon messes something up. But Radon still on the throttle, and he comes off turn number 6, back in the gas. So they head down to turn number 8 right now. It's going to be Nickel and Hune still battling it out as they head to that right turn, heading back up the hill.
And he couldn't even pull off the grid on the start, and I waited for him. When they came off the grid to go on track, he sputters in.
Out of 14, they work their way again of that big elevation change coming up from the bottom of the racetrack down there up to the top. They'll come back into our view here on the front straightaway, and Nickel now has spread that out a little bit. How many thousandths or hundredths is Nickel ahead of Chris Hune this time?
Lap time wise, they're pretty close.
You know, another one of those areas where the car unloads, I hadn't thought about it. I kind of saw Radon Nickel's car just then. As they come up the hill there in 4, that kind of unloads the weight off the car, and we've seen cars spin out over there to that outside wall right there past the water tank. And sometimes I think that may be the situation. They come up to the crest of that hill, and the suspension, the weight comes off the suspension, it unloads, and the rear end comes around on them.
You get a little air under the spoilers, and
I think those are more treacherous areas than people realize they are. I don't think they realize the fact that turn 17 is another one just like that are so treacherous because of the unloading of the weight on the suspension. Meanwhile, here they come by. They're heading up the big turn 13 and 14 combination as they work their way. That's downhill right there to the lowest point at the racetrack. Then they'll start that uphill climb from that point right there at the bottom of the skid pad. Nickel is now, how far ahead is he from the Chris Hune car?
Once again, Hune is now running faster lap times than Nickel.
So Hune's closing in a little bit on Radin. This is exactly what happened in the pre-final, and Hune was finally able to capture that lead away from Radin Nickel with about 3 laps left to go, something like that, as far as the actual laps were concerned. Right now we're 5 minutes in and 15 to go in this for the downforce cars. You see Hune now closing in on Nickel, especially down there in turn 6. You can see quite a bit of closing in going on there. So I think Hune's gaining on him. And obviously running faster lap times, that would be the case.
He had a much bigger gap on Radin had a much bigger gap last lap.
Greg Folger is still all alone there in third spot. Just behind him is his dad, the 28. Well, actually, David Mason has moved ahead now. Pete Folger's back in the pack a little bit. So David Mason has moved up to fourth with William Layton in fifth.
Here they go. Look at Hune's right on him.
Man, he is on him right there. Took a little look to the outside to see what he could see. Now, again, drafting important, these cars?
Absolutely.
You would think with downforce cars, they certainly would be.
I think he's biding his time.
He may be. He may be finding that there's an opportunity.
As I say that, as he makes a move on the outside.
Yeah, why not? Try it down in turn 1. Let's see what happens.
Nope.
That's still Radin got the spot.
I don't know if that outside move is the move for turn 1.
Radin, trouble for Nickel. Something breaks in his car. Apparently, he slows down. Maybe the engine quit. I'm not sure exactly what, but a dramatic slowdown. But he's back in the gas again. But something happened, maybe temporarily, to Radin Nickel's car. He's back up to speed coming down the hill, but Chris Hune has overtaken him now. He's the top car in this group. If Radin had some kind of momentary thing, can he? Has he got enough to catch him back up again? I don't know. That car just doesn't look up to speed like it did before. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but it seems like there's something amiss with Radin's car.
That was abrupt.
It was, very much so. Right off turn 1, just as he started to crest the hill, something went awry. So there's Hune all by himself down to turn 13. Radin is back. He's still got the second place spot over Greg Folger, but Folger's closing in, so I'm not sure that Radin's car is back up to full speed. We'll catch him this time as they come off turn 17. Here comes Hune. We'll see him come by first. He is obviously up to speed and doing well. And let's check out Radin this time. Radin's, nope, he has pulled it. I think he's pulled off the track.
Yep, Folger's now in second. Hune's backed off a second for considering his last lap time.
Yeah, here comes Radin. He's coming down pit road right now, so that's going to be it for Radin Nickel. Something has happened on that race car, and it's something that helps to bring him in. So that changes the aspect of this race quite a bit as Greg Folger now moves to second, David Mason third, William Layton fourth, and Pete Folger into fifth. Chris Hune is the driver out front right now in the 53 car, and he's got quite a bit of breathing room now from him back to Greg Folger. Not quite at the halfway point yet. We've got quite a bit of another minute or so before we get to the halfway point of this race. So Hune got the race in hand right now. There you see a pass going on as they come off turn number 6. A little bit of a pass there with the 71 of, well, I don't see a 71. I'm not sure what number that was. It may have been the 121 of Pasco. That may have been who that was. We'll have to check it out when it comes by. It may have been Folger in the 77 getting by Layton in the 3. I'll have to check that out when they come by. So there's your leader, Hune. Comes by start finish. Second place car, here he comes. That's Greg Folger in the 29. He comes by the start finish line in our vantage point here in the tower. Third place car, we're going to find out who that is in a moment. It should still be David Mason unless something has gone on the track that we didn't see. So Mason will be coming off turn number 16 right now. Here comes Mason by. There's Mason in the 28. Now this is where we may have had the difference. The 95 has moved up. Don't have a 95 listed, but that was the 95 car that time that had moved up to 4th position. So that may be Pete Folger in that car. He's got 95 on the side. It may also be a 77. Not sure about that, but that's the way the scoring indicates with the transponder that was on that car. Try to check them out here in a moment.
Yep.
Those two cars run down the hill. We'll check them out and see what numbers are on those cars when they come by. Let's check it right now. What we got there? We've got the 95 and the 77. Well, 77 is Pete Folger. 95 must be William Layton. We've got him listed as the number 3 car, but apparently he's driving the 95 today. So that's the battle for 3rd and 4th. It looked like Folger might be in a position to try to overtake William Layton. We'll have to check that out a little bit later as this race goes on. We're at the halfway point right now, 10 minutes in, 10 minutes to go for these drivers in the downforce cars, radical cars, primal racing school cars. I got a number of different names here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Chris Hume's running away with it.
Yeah, Hume's doing well. He's going to be a happy boy today. He was happy that he got the pre-final win, and he's certainly going to be happy here. Hate that happened to Raiden Nickel, though. That's such a great car and an aspiring young driver who's doing extremely well. And for him to have a bad outing is I just hate to see that happen.
And that was an exciting first race, too.
Yeah, the Miata race was great. One of the best races I've seen here at this racetrack. Outstanding to see that happen like it did. So there you see the 28 car coming down the hill. That's the 28 of David Mason. He's running 3rd right now. You see him negotiate turn number 6. The 2 cars behind him, Pete Folger and William Layton, coming through there as well. Good shot of them going through the S's as they head toward turn number 8. And there goes Hune by once again. Greg Folger also behind. And Hune already over. I believe he's going up turn number 4. Yeah, man, Hune has really turned it on here. He has decided to check out on the field. Doesn't have any competition in front of him or behind him. He can't see any other competitor on the racetrack.
He's running low 22.2s.
You can tell by the way he's coming off turn number 6 down there. He's really still gassing that car, too. He's almost out of control with it, so he is running it for everything it's worth. In road course racing, do you ever have spotters? Do you have people telling you what's going on the racetrack? Can you have radios? Is it legal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In fact, in the latest stages of my career, using a spotter was invaluable.
Yeah.
You know, and I had some. Having the right spotter is also the thing.
Well, I know most asphalt tracks always allowed spotters or people to talk to you on the radio, whereas dirt tracks never allowed it. You were never allowed to have a radio in dirt tracks, and I could never figure out what the difference, what the reasoning was behind that.
I never knew that.
So Hune's down into turn 1 right now. As he just all alone out there trying to work this race toward the end. Chris Hune doing a great job. 7 minutes left right now in this for the Radical cars. And there's the drone. Look at him perched right over the racetrack. Let's check out this shot in just a moment. We'll get that shot from the drone as the guys work off turn 17. We had another shot from one of our other drones. We got 3 drones on track today. This is down in turn 15. This is where Williamson made that pass on Garcia. Kind of surprised Jose when he got by him. So here's our drivers coming off turn number 16 right now. There's that drone coming down the front straightaway. Good shot from it as they go into turn number 1 once again.
Pete Folger and Layton look like they might have a battle staging.
Yeah, I think they've got the possibilities of a good battle anyway. We see that one kind of shaping up down there. It's amazing to see these cars on camera. We look at our monitors, they look so slow compared to what we see when we look out the window and actually see the speed. Something about that 3D effect, you just don't get the speed on camera that you do by looking at them.
I mean, the drone work is excellent, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we've got some of the top drone, call them drivers, flyers,
Pilots.
cameramen, pilots, whatever you want to call them. Some of the top ones in the business always here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And Darrell Cannon and Jeffrey Farver, I tell you what, they just do a great job. Look at that battle shaping up right there.
I think we're going to have one. 5 minutes left.
Yeah, they're heading down through turn 14. That's a great shot of that area that's so inaccessible to regular cameras to be able to get it with the drone. And they're coming up by the skid pad. That is through turn 15, 16, now off of 17. Here's your battle you're seeing right there. That's the 77 and 95. 77 is Pete Folger, and William Layton is in. He's listed as number 3 on Race Monitor and on our program, but he is in that 95 car. I think Mike Pasco is in that group, too. I think he's going to be climbing in there in just a moment.
I think we're going to have a little action coming up.
Yeah. We've got a little over 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes left in this race, so we may start seeing some action here toward the end. We thought the race was over earlier with Garcia and Williamson, and yet had some action on the last lap, so you never know here when the action's going to take place, and especially as the drivers get hungry on those last laps, you see a lot of things unfold.
Is that Mason falling back into Folger?
Possibly. Let's check that out. Mason is running in third spot right now. He's in the 28. He's got that red stripe down the side of his car, and I believe that is Mason. So behind him, you've got the elder Folger, if you want to call him that. Pete Folger in the 77, the dad. William Layton is in the 95. You see those two cars getting fairly close together as they come up through 16. Meanwhile, here comes the David Mason car, should be the next one by. There's Mason with that red stripe, and there is Folger and Layton as they head down to turn 1. Now, can they make up any ground in turn 1? Let's look out the window and see here. Looks like they stay just about the same distance apart, but I believe they're reeling in David Mason. Looks like Mason's getting closer and closer to them.
It was a second a lap.
Wow, losing that much a lap.
Yep. Folger and Layton look like they're running almost identical lap times.
We've got 3.5 minutes to go, maybe 3 laps, 2.5 laps, something like that, depending on where Hune is on the racetrack right now. We've kind of, well, actually, he's coming by start-finish. He is way ahead of the rest of this group. Look at this battle shaping up.
Here we go. We're going to have one.
Layton is closed in on Pete Folger, so those two drivers now getting tighter and tighter. It's Folger in the 77 and Layton in the 95. Look at them. There's only one car length separating them as they head down toward turn 10. They are still very, very tight together. Now it expands a little bit as they go in the corner. Of course, Folger's slowing down, and Layton is trying to close in on him. Man, he's right up there at him. Wow.
Let's see if he can catch the draft or do the. Oh, here we go.
He was looking to the inside. It looked like Folger had to pull over to kind of block his advance right there. They head over to the tree line in turn number 14. They come up through 15. Folger's got a little bit of distance on him right now. He's trying to pull Layton by about 5 car lengths, and that's about what they come by here on start-finish. Let's see if anything happens in turn 1. And they get awfully tight coming off turn 1, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Back to about 3 car lengths, the difference between those two. They're still chasing down, and Mason is still slowing. They're trying to catch him. I don't know if they're just speeding up or if Mason's slowing down, but they're catching that 28 car.
Yeah, Layton is the fastest of the 3 right now.
Hune comes by once again. We've got a minute and a half left to go, so there'll be a white
go.
flag next time. Check it out, coming off 6. Wow.
Oh!
And Layton let the rear end just get a little loose on him, and that allowed Folger to still stay pretty well in control of that little group.
Let's see if Layton can just tuck in behind him and stay there.
Got a lap car. That's Mason. They're still trying to chase Mason. That's not a lap car. Yeah, that's a real car. Historics, we need you to grid, please. Historics, time to get those cars to the grid area. Historics, let's get them to grid now.
go. He tries that outside move.
Not making it work.
They're a lot closer than the last lap. Here we come.
I believe Hune's going to be getting the white flag this time by. Let's see if we put it out for Chris Hune. He should be coming by in just a moment. He was waved by on one of the lapped cars a little while ago. Boy, Hune has been the class of the field here since Raiden Nickel dropped out a little while ago. Coming off turn 17, here comes Hune. Yeah, he'll come by, and white flag is in the air. Meanwhile, this battle's still going on right here. Mason is in turn number 6 in the 28. He's followed by the 77 of Pete Folger. Check this out. Man, right up on his back bumpers, William Layton in the 95.
Here we go.
They take their way down into the lower reaches of the racetrack over on the back straightaway. They're closing in on Mason. I'm not so sure they're not going to catch him before the end of this race. We got a lap and a half to go right now. So there's Folger, and there is Layton behind Mason. Mason looks like he's got a little burst of energy there. It seems like his car just scooted ahead there for a moment. David Mason will be coming up the hill. He'll be coming off 17. We'll see the 28 car come by. There he goes, and there's the two competitors behind him. All of a sudden, Layton has backed off a little bit from Folger. He's not got the pressure on him that he had earlier. Let's check them out as they go off turn number 1. They still remain about the same. This is the final lap for these drivers. We ought to see Hune come by here in just a moment to take the win for the downforce cars. Chris Hune, big win for him as he takes the checkers in the 53. Now second spot should be Greg Folger. There comes Folger by. He will take second place. Here's this battle we've been watching all afternoon long. David Mason along with Pete Folger and William Layton. Let's check them out. They've still got some work to do. They're heading down into turn number 7 right now, down into 8. They got a lot of track left to go. Anything can happen, as we saw in the last race for the Miatas. They head up turn number 10. Mason is still there, but these other two guys are closing in. Folger may have a chance on Mason.
I would have never thought that, but look at that.
Mason goes really wide off turn number 13, but Folger's unable to see if he can do anything with that. So here they come off 14 right now. It's still Mason in that third slot with Folger in 4th and Layton in 5th. They head up the hill, up to 16, down into 17. It looks like it's going to be, yep. We got Mason that took 3rd spot, Folger in 4th, and William Layton takes 5th. So a great race this afternoon from all of our drivers in the downforce cars. Congratulations to Chris Hune. He's probably already in the pit area and got his helmet off at this point. He was so far ahead.
He's in another state by now.
Yeah. We'll get down and talk with him in just a moment. Of course, bad luck for Raiden Nickel here this afternoon. He has to end out early in his number 93 car. He was the class of the field earlier in the day, and then something snapped. Something happened to Raiden's car as he was going up turn number 3, slowed down over there. Car fired, but was not quite up to speed from that point on, and he pulled it into the pit area. There's your winner, Chris Hune. He won the pre-final and back again for the win in the final. We'll be going down to get some words from him in just a moment. Congratulations to Chris on the big win this afternoon. Great run for him. Good to see him always here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. He's that driver that had the GoPro in last year whenever the deer was hit, and the deer kind of went over his car, and he told us later, he said, I thought it was the hood of the guy in front of me that came off, but it was actually the deer that shot across the bow of his car, so to speak. So Chris Hune ready to unbelt himself and get out. We'll be heading down to Steve in just a moment. Steve Newbold will bring us our interview with Chris Hune, the winner of this afternoon's downforce radical race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Chris Hune climbing out of the race car. Let's give him a big hand. He'll pull the helmet off in just a moment. And a jubilant Chris Hune will be joined by Steve Newbold down there as we talk about the win today.
Well, hi, guys. I'm down here with the race winner, Chris. Chris, you kind of got off a little easy there, if you want me to give my honest opinion there. Something happened with Raiden's car. Did you have to change any any strategy after you noticed Raiden wasn't out there?
I don't push it too hard. I had a pretty good gap, so I didn't want to make a dumb mistake. But yeah, disappointing we didn't get to race it out through the whole race.
So we talked to you briefly just right before you went out, and I was like, "Hey, you gonna catch him?" Well, you didn't really have to, but good race today. Is this your first time out in the Radical cars, or have you been out here before?
Yeah, a couple times. I got a couple races.
So, do you know what your best time out here was?
Probably 119, 120. I mean, on a good day with the right tires. So.
Awesome. Well, we are actually going to interview Raiden in just a second and have a little discussion about what happened with his car. So, give us just 1 second. We'll get Raiden over here. All right, guys. Well, we're back here with Raiden Nichols. He had a little bit of mechanical issues on the track. Raiden, can you tell us exactly what happened out there?
Well, coming out of one, heard something funny with the engine, so thought I had a little mechanical sympathy and, play it safe and come in, make sure nothing was too wrong with the car or continue to cause further damage.
All right, well, that's always good. So, Raiden, I've been following you since you were in the karts. You know, you were in my driving class forever ago, back on the kart circuit. You know, it's been kind of cool to watch you grow up into cars. So, do you have any plans past Radical race cars?
Well, hopefully someday make it into IMSA and endurance racing, make it over to Europe at some point, but the end goal is GT racing and endurance racing.
Awesome. Well, it was good talking with you, Raiden. Good race, even though you had to step out a little early. Back up to you guys.
Well, thanks, Steve. We appreciate it. Good to talk. Good to hear from Raiden Nickel and find out what was going on with him. Congratulations to Chris Hune on his big win here this afternoon. We've got historic cars on the track right now. We'll be bringing them up to speed here in just a minute. So historic cars are on the racetrack. We'll get ready for their race coming up in a moment. Historic cars are on the track right now. Robert Riles, Greg Kimbrough. Greg is in that World Racing Royal Pro car, whatever that silver car is. Neil Sullivan is out there. Don Scott and Charles Morris also on the racetrack as these drivers make their way by. It's historic division running here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Normally we see one or two cars that kind of tail the Spec Miata field in this, but today we've got a whole group of cars, and it's good to see them out here running today. So historic cars are out there right now. We've already had our Spec Miatas. We've had the Radical Downforce cars. We've also had the Time Track cars on the Time Attack cars on the track. So they have done their thing, and right now historics are out there, so they'll get the They got the green, so we're ready to roll right now. Just got them on the clock, so they're working right now as they head down to turn one. Again, we've got that crazy-looking car, that World Pro car that's on the track, and got him rolling around. That's Greg Kimbrough, and that is an unusual car. We've seen out here a time or two. Notice how the mirrors are mounted on that car a little differently than you see them on any other kind of race car. And that's got that Toyota power, so it's a little bit different race car than the others that are racing on the track. We've got Miatas and we've got BMWs out there, Porsches out there also, but that is an unusual spec-looking race car. There you get a good view of him as he comes by the tower area in that 00 machine. There's our spot going into turn number 8. You check out our two leaders down there, Robert Riles and Greg Kimbrough, going through that area of the racetrack. Some of these cars obviously more power and more aerodynamics than some of the other cars that are on the track right now, so quite a disparity between all of those different kinds of makes and models of cars as you see them on the racetrack. Here comes your biggest battle on the track, Robert Riles and Greg Kimbrough. Surprised that Kimbrough has not been able to get around Riles, that Miata and that World Pro car. Interesting juxtaposition of two kinds of body styles. One a street car style, the other made for racing. Right now, Kimbrough looking to the inside. Let's see what he can do as they head up the hill in turn number 2. Kimbrough kind of backing off of him right now as they go up to turn 4 to the tower area.
I used to love to sit. We back our truck in and sit up in the bed with chairs and watch them race and eat. Yeah, we had a good time there.
Man, that was a fun track. That was my home place. But love that racetrack.
Jason Smith.
Really big guy?
What I miss?
Oh, just.
All right, attention all drivers, Autocross time attack drivers. We're going to be doing a podium in about 20 minutes. All time attack autocross drivers. We're going to be doing our podium in about 20 minutes. Down, the second these historics are off track, we're going to be doing podiums down at the podium. It's in front of the trackside garage on the cold pits. All time attack autocross drivers. We're going to be doing our podium in about 20 minutes.
Okay, there you heard from Will Rigdon. Time attack podium is in about 20 minutes from now, so drivers be ready. Time attack podium coming up in about 20 minutes. There you see our leaders heading off turn number 2 right now. It's Robert Riles and Greg Kimbrough. They're our top 2 drivers, or lead drivers. I'm not sure if you say top drivers because there's so many different
classes going on.
Yeah, different things happening here. Like everybody's in best of class right now, seems like. So I'm not sure how that actually works. But anyway, we do have a bit of a battle going on with Robert Riles and Greg Kimbrough. Riles has the fastest time on the track right now, and Kimbrough in a very unusual car. I keep calling that a World Pro. What is the name of that?
World Sports Car, which is
World Sports Car Pro or something.
Yep, Toyota MR2 powered, and he should be eating that F production Miata up.
You would think, yeah.
That
You would
guy's
think
got-
a street car versus a made-for-racing car would be a little different, but for some reason it's not.
There's some downforce on that, too.
Yeah. Anyway, there's something going on with that. We've seen Kimbrough out here before racing, and he seems a little stronger than he is today. I'm not sure what's happening with him. You see karts on the track. Of course, karts coming up next week. We'll be at the kart track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, so looking forward to kart racing once again as we get that underway. Meanwhile, check out our leaders. They're down into turn 14 right now. It's Riles and Kimbrough. You see those two cars coming up to the top of the hill, and they'll be coming by off turn 17 here in just a moment. We're 5 minutes in right now to this 20-minute race. Seems like Kimbrough is just kind of hanging back and watching Riles.
He might be going to school.
Yeah, he seems like he's capable of doing so much more than he can in that MR2. Yeah,
MR2 powered World Sports Car. I don't remember those. I have to say.
You got me.
I got a pretty good memory.
I'm new to the world of road racing anyway. I remember doing, when I was doing NASCAR, I did an SCCA race on Friday that they had at Atlanta Motor Speedway. They put a chicane in,
Yep.
down in
Yeah,
turn
they did.
1. And I thought it was so odd that I saw brake lights on a race car. I'd never seen brake lights on a race car before.
I'll tell you, that's one of the most treacherous rovals ever.
I bet so, yeah.
Oh, it was crazy. We ran it in reverse once.
Oh, really?
My God.
Wow.
It was scary but fun.
Yeah. Interesting place. Then, of course, they reconfigured everything, and that went away at that point when they reconfigured the track. So we got them down into turn number 10 once again. They're working their way into that 11 area and head up that little hill as they make the wide circle around. It's still Riles leading Kimbrough as they come off 13 and head down to turn 14. Boy, Kimbrough closes in, but he just can't seem to complete the pass. Right now, he's just not gotten close enough to even attempt that. You see the big old, the Barracuda-looking BMWs out there. We got a couple of older model BMWs on the track as well. What year does that go back to? Is
That's
that like
2002.
80s?
Yeah,
oh, is that early?
That's the 70s.
Yeah, I started to say that's an older model right there.
The round tail light, so that's going to be in maybe the late 60s.
Coming off the turn, Kimbrough's looking down to the inside. He's got the advantage, and he makes the pass. He got by Riles. How about that?
And there's the power advantage right there.
Yeah, and now you may see him start to pull away at this point. I don't know what Kimbrough's got in that car. We've wondered all day why he didn't do a little better job of getting away from Riles, so now he has the opportunity. Let's see how he can do when he's the leader. So many times it's easier to be the follower than the leader because coming down into turn 6 here, you don't know exactly where the breaking point is when you're the guy up front. You've got nobody to follow.
Let's see if he can rattle him.
I've seen many a driver lose a race because they didn't know how to lead. They'd come into turn 4 and they'd be excited leading the race and crash in the turn 4 wall rather than taking the checkered flag just because they'd get so excited and didn't have anybody to follow.
We were running a long course at VIR one day, which is about 4.5 miles, 4.2 miles, and a vicious battle for first and second. I was in second for most of the race. The last lap, I got the win. I got the lead, and I didn't know where I was. I actually got lost and ended up second anyways.
Wow. I've seen it happen many, many times. The driver on his way to his first win and then just evaporates sort of at the end. Happened to Indy 500 one year. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. It happens.
Not too awfully long ago. All right, here they come down the front straightaway right now. We've got drivers heading off turn number 16. Here comes your lead. It's Kimbrough and Riles still at it. We're just approaching the halfway point, just about 9 minutes in and about 11 to go with these drivers, so not far away from halfway. Remember, we're about 10 minutes away from the podium finish for Time Attack. Time Attack drivers about 10 minutes away from your podium festivities. Kimbrough up the hill in turn 4. You see that car. You see, with a racing vehicle like that, you saw a lot of lean in that car. I'm surprising that he has that kind of lean in a car that's built for racing. Seems like more so than the Miata that's following him.
Hey, look at the Miata catching him.
Yeah, he's catching him coming down the hill to turn number 6. Riles trying to work on Kimbrough. You notice Riles uses all the racetrack. He gets out past the rumble strips. Kimbrough tries to keep it inside the rumble strip, so he's not really running the same line.
He's really catching him and coming down the hill. Look at that.
Really fast coming down the hill, yeah. So let's check this lap out. As he goes into turn number 9 right there, Kimbrough starts to pull away a little bit. Now into this corner. Still Kimbrough trying to pull away from him. I don't see where Riles is going to try to be able to make any ground up. A little bit right there as he closes within about 4 car lengths. But Kimbrough's on the gas once again coming off turn number 13. Now Riles closing in. Man, check this speed out as he closes in going up. He's going to try to pass him on the outside. Check this out. Riles making the move by Kimbrough. How cool is that? Riles going to take that top spot just like Williamson did right there in turn number 15.
That's fantastic.
Man, Riles back up front. Kimbrough's got to say, what the heck? What happened, man?
Oh, Riles into the 39s. He's got 2 seconds on him on that lap.
What a burst of speed out of him coming up the hill in 15. Who would think coming up the hill is the place to pass?
We saw it twice, 3 times
Yeah,
today.
it's happened today, man, several times. So Riles is your leader once again. He goes into turn number 4. Kimbrough now is he's in chase mode right now, trying to chase Riles back down. There you see a great shot with the drone, just following those cars off of that turn as they head down the hill into turn number 6. Let's see how Riles handles turn 6. Last time he used all the track, Kimbrough kind of played it conservatively. Kimbrough, once again, very conservative off of turn number 6. He doesn't get over the rumble strips at all.
But he's pulling them now down the I think he's going to school behind Riles. That's what it looks like
You
to
know,
me.
maybe. Maybe you'll learn how to pass on the outside of 15. There goes Riles into turn 10. Kimbrough right under him as they head off up the hill. Now, this is a pretty big elevation change right here. That's one of the low spots on the race course. They have to work way up the hill into turn 12, around that big sweeping turn.
It looks like that's where Riles is making some moves.
Yeah, he is. Down the hill once again. Riles is pulling away. He is fast at that portion of the racetrack, and look at it. Look at that power coming up the hill.
And he's holding it. It's crazy.
He unloads off turn 16, and he's able to hang into it. So there he comes. You see that shot from the drone there as Riles comes by. Kimbrough now down into turn 1. Let's find out what they do this time.
Kimbrough's picked up doing the equal lap times at this point.
Well, they got a slow car in front of them. How are they going to negotiate that BMW? Riles goes to the high side. Kimbrough, he's going down to the inside, looks like. So he's taking a different line around that BMW. Doesn't look like that affected either of them, though, as far as time was concerned.
Well, they're coming up to that 912 Porsche pretty soon, too. I think we have enough time in the race. We're still 7 minutes in.
What's the difference in a 911 and a 912? What body style difference? What can you tell?
No body, but the engine has 2 more cylinders.
Oh, is that it?
Yep, 911's as the flat 6.
Kimbrough's right on his back bumper.
Yeah.
Look at him. Kimbrough's got to run this time. Can he make it happen? No. Riles puts his foot in the gas and pulls away.
I think Morris is going to play into this when they catch that little Porsche.
Yeah, they may do it. Here they come down to turn number 8 right now. And Kimbrough's pretty tight on Riles this point in time. Look at him close in. As they get to turn 10, it's still Riles and now Kimbrough working on him. We're down to about a little under 7 minutes to go, so 2/3 of this race has been completed. Riles pulling away once again.
If you look at the last lap, Kimbrough and Riles almost ran identical lap times. Actually, Kimbrough was faster.
Well, Riles is he was quite a distance ahead at this point last lap. Look at Kimbrough closing in right now. Man, he's got some speed coming off 17.
He's in the draft. They should have him on the braking.
He is going hard down to the inside, trying to make something happen. Kimbrough trying to ease ahead. Look at him. He's got a half car length on Riles. He's going to pass him coming up to turn number 2. But Riles has still got power there to spare. But Kimbrough is in the lead now. He's got Riles behind him as they head to turn 4.
Yeah, Kimbrough picked up 4/10 on that last lap.
Wow. And what surprised me is that bold move he put into turn number 1. He went down to the inside and just held it there. Look at him pulling away from Riles now. We got 2 minutes left, and Riles is, oh, man, he wiggled a little bit, but he stayed okay. Riles is trying to pedal for all he's got, this time down off of turn number 7. Kimbrough's a good distance ahead, but we saw Riles make it up a while ago in turn 15.
It looks like he's going to do it again. He's really making up time on the back half of the course.
So they're about the same distance apart that they were. Let's see if Riles can close in or if Kimbrough's going to be able to extend his lead. Right now, it's still about the same distance apart as they get ready for that big sweeping turn, 13 and 14. Riles trying to, he's not closing in. Matter of fact, he's losing some ground right now to Kimbrough, looks like.
Watch this top end charge, though.
Yeah, boy, he's got the power when it comes off there. Somehow when he comes off that, it's like a
Look at
slingshot move. Look at him
Exactly.
close in. Closing into about 6 car lengths, not close enough to make a pass. There's Kimbrough coming by. About 8 car lengths is the distance right now. Now, how are they going to handle turn 1? Can they cleanly, both of them, get through there? Kimbrough's through it cleanly. Riles does a good job, too. So they both are about the same distance apart when they came out of 1. Do you breathe easier once you get past 1? Is that like the most treacherous place on the track?
Yeah, I think the last corner is too.
17, really?
Yep.
Wow. Of course, you're coming to the checkered flag, so that's always a good one to get past you, right?
But Kimbrough picked up a whole second on that last lap.
Man, I tell you what, he is all of a sudden he's come alive in that car, so that's good to see. Kimbrough down into turn number 6 right now. Still stays off the rumble strips. It seems like Riles relishes in getting past the rumble strips, even though he's not really accelerating through there. I don't know.
I think that's just a thing of momentum, trying to keep the momentum of the,
maybe
of the car
so.
going. Look at how close he got to him.
And Riles is turning it on here on these last couple of laps. We got 3.5 minutes to go, so still quite a distance right now for these drivers. That's 2, 3, maybe 3 laps or so.
Maybe he's saving his tires up for a last charge.
Maybe so.
'Cause I can't believe how he pulls coming up this hill.
That's amazing to me, too. You would think that race car, built race car, would be a lot lighter than a Miata. I mean, Miata's a pretty light car anyway, but to be able to pull him like that up the hill is quite amazing. Anyway, here comes Kimbrough by. He'll come by our front straightaway vantage point. He's still got about 7 car lengths over Riles. Let's see what they do in turn 1.
Riles picked it up to a 137 to a 138 on Kimbrough. They were both running 139s prior to this.
Wow. So
that's
quite up a second.
Quite a pickup.
But it looks like Riles is closing in, but maybe too much too late. I believe it's going to be white flag next time by.
Oh, too bad. I think another lap would be a good one.
Yeah, got a great race shaping up here, but and again, so much can happen in such a short period of time. We may see a change before it's over anyway. Kimbrough off turn number 6. Here comes Riles right behind him. Both these open cockpit cars. That's kind of interesting to see that both of them, even the Miata, open cockpit.
Yeah. No, Spec Miata, you need the hard top. In the other classes, traditionally the production classes were open top.
Yeah. Dirt tracks, we call that topless. Every once in a while, the drivers get a chance to run topless so that the fans in the stands can see them sawing on the wheel. All right, now this is that area where he can make up ground. This time Kimbrough trying to hold fort against Riles. Let's see if Riles can do anything coming off turn number 14. They work up the hill. This is that magic spot where Riles gets a burst of energy. He turns on the turbochargers.
Turn up the nitrous.
Yeah, doing something, trying to close in. He closes in a couple of car lengths, but it's not enough, and white flag is out this time. Can Kimbrough hang on for one more lap? That'll be the question.
I think I just saw Riles' hood coming up a little bit.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
He lost a hood pin.
Does that really slow you down when you got that sticking up in the air? Okay, so Kimbrough is up in turn number 4 right now.
It's just up a little bit.
Riles off the race course. He loops it. My goodness. Yeah, must have a tire issue, something that caused that car to loop around over there. It's like he wasn't in control of it at all at that point. Let's see if all the tires are up. Hard to tell if the tires are down or not on that car, but Kimbrough now has got pretty easy breathing as he heads off with no competition left in this one. Riles brings it off turn 6, and he's looks like he's back up to speed. Yep, doesn't look like anything's wrong. I don't know if it unloaded on him and he just lost the rear end of it trying to go in too fast or what. But it looked like it started way before that would unload normally. It wasn't a weight shift kind of place for that to happen.
Maybe some fluid on the track or
something. Didn't seem to affect anybody else, though, over there. Of course, nobody else is running the speeds that they were running either. Kimbrough was already past that point. There's our leader, Kimbrough. He's coming off turn 14, working his way up right now. So he'll be coming to the checkered flag. He comes off turn 16 and 17. There comes Kimbrough. He's just kind of half throttling it coming to the checkers, but he takes the win. So good job for Greg Kimbrough as he takes the win. Now who's going to be in second? Is Riles going to be able to make it back up? No, we got the Porsche in second spot. Is that Don Scott in that 133? The 562, Charles Morris. How about that? He finishes in third, looks like. Was he? He wasn't a lapped car, was he?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, was he a lapped
Yeah, he
car?
was.
Okay.
So yeah, Riles.
So
kept
Riles
it.
finished in second. Okay, so we got Riles with a podium finish, and then Scott in the 133, I think, will come by for the third of that podium finish. So we still got cars somewhere on the track. I think they're working their way by. Kimbrough on the cool-down lap is coming out turn 6, so he'll be coming by in just a moment. We'll get a quick interview with Greg Kimbrough, and then it'll be time for podium presentations a little later in the evening. No interview. Well, we will not be hearing from Greg Kimbrough, but he'll be doing some podium presentations a little later on. We'll get to hear from him then. As we continue our afternoon, we still got a lot of things left for the members coming up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's going to do it for our broadcast today. Thank you so much for being around and hanging around and watching this. It was a great day of racing. Pete, man, we saw some of the most outstanding racing I've seen at this track.
That was awesome. I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed sitting with you today.
Yeah, thanks
It's
so
been
much.
My pleasure.
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
Let's do it again.
Great to see Keith Williamson get the win this afternoon, and of course, Chris Hune won both the pre-final and the final in the downforce cars, and then Greg Kimbrough gets the win in the historics. What a great afternoon.
It really was.
Yeah, and we had, what do we want to call them? Track attack, time attack cars. Got to see them out there,
that
too.
was a lot of fun,
great
too.
Pickups,
Watching those
yeah.
trucks.
Some good times. So that's it from Atlanta Motorsports Park. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in, and we will see you from the kart track again next Saturday. Thank you so much for being around today.
Take care, everybody. Enjoyed it.